Alrighty. Good afternoon. 12:01, officially afternoon. How are you, Clementine?
I'm good. I'm good. I didn't do as many things as I wanted this morning.
Hmm.
Uh, because I had my alarm clock and then I just went back to sleep for another hour. So,
Mm-hmm.
that's okay. That
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
And you?
I did not get up early, but I got up earlier than I absolutely had to. So like, and that's a win for me. Getting up at any time when I don't have a commitment in like 5 minutes is like Angela's doing a good job. So yeah, this morning I got up, got myself breakfast, got Atlas breakfast.
Cool.
Um, I cooked something that had leftovers so I can eat them later in the day when we're sprinting.
Uh-huh.
So go me. And I also had a conversation with a friend I haven't talked to in a while. So that was really nice.
Nice.
Um,
That is nice. Um, wow.
Maria says, Good morning. She said, sadly, she doesn't
Morning.
have the day off, but she's excited
Yeah.
for sprints. Maria, I'm so glad you're here. That's so
Yeah.
fun. I'm sorry you don't have the day off. Bummer.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm
I
sorry.
feel very lucky that I have the day off. So I'm excited to enjoy it with you all.
Sure. Me too. What are you reading for now?
Yep. So last week during our sprints, I started Black Powder War, and I was enjoying it. I think my problem with the Temrare books,
Hmm.
and this might be something that you've experienced, Clementine. I'm not sure. So Clementine just read the first one a few days ago.
Yeah.
It's I'm I'm always happy to be reading them. Like I'm never like miserable when I'm reading them. But if I
Mhm.
put them down, I have a really hard time like wanting to pick them back up. I
Uh,
just don't think they're quite as propulsive as some of the other books that I read. So I've
mhm.
had this one just like sitting in my Libby queue all week. And I've like occasionally thought like, oh, I could go back to that one. And then I just always choose something else. So I'm going to finish Black Powder War today for sure because I'm 50% of the way through and it's not a very long book. So I can definitely
Sure.
finish it today. Then probably what I'll do is I'll take a sprint. I'm most of the way through Adrift in Currents Clean and Clear, which is the most recent Wayward Children book. I'm
Mm.
right at the end of it. I think I have like 45 minutes of listening left on that. So I'll probably do a sprint to finish that one up. And then I'll probably pick a new book from the mystery book bag. How about you?
Ooh, that is exciting. So about me. So I was supposed to finish, I wanted to finish because I started it last month, Nona the Ninth, the third book in the Lock Tomb series by Tamsin Muir, but like the problem is like I did read a little bit, but I can't read like everything in one go. I do. So I will read probably some of it at some point during those sprints today. But I also started yesterday Flawless by Elsie Silver, which is a very fluffy read. And I will need the fluffy read because I did last week get from the jar another book from Angela, which was 84 Charing Cross Road, which apparently I can only get on audio in English. I could read it translated in French on my Kindle, but I feel like it's bad to read it, translated. Um, and the issue is that I will need to read that, but it's in nonfiction. And then I try to bring from my own physical jar to remove some things, and I got 12th Nights by Shakespeare.
Oh, well, at least it's a play.
Yeah, yeah, and I got this edition because I tried reading a play from Shakespeare before, and the English was a little bit hard for me to read. So I was told that this
Yeah,
one,
it's
since
kind
it
of
was like,
it's hard for most people who aren't used to it. I'll say that it's not just people whom English is their second language. It's yeah,
yeah,
it's hard.
yeah, yeah.
It's hard.
So I will
I will
like go
say.
back and forth. Sorry,
Mhm.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I do think Shakespeare is easier if you just kind of push through and go off vibes instead of worrying about what every word or every line means. It's definite for me. Shakespeare is a vibes based endeavor. Yeah.
Sure, but it was to the point that I read like I think I tried like 20 pages of like Macbeth or something, and I couldn't follow anything that was happening, right?
Yeah.
So when I went to a Barnes and Noble a few years ago, I got this one was there. So it was not the
Mhm.
one that I was like the most excited to try
Is
out,
it the side by
but
side
yeah,
in the plain English
it
and the?
is. Yeah, the original
I
and
remember taking Romeo and Juliet. So we had, I read Romeo and Juliet in eighth grade,
yeah,
seventh or eighth grade. I read it in middle school, and I remember taking it home, and we were supposed to read like the first two scenes or something, and I read the whole thing in one night, but I only read the plain English. I didn't read the Shakespeare English, so I just
yeah,
read the whole thing in plain English. And then of course when we read it, we were supposed to read it as a class. I went back through and I
sure.
read Shakespeare's English, and that
Uh-huh,
I found that to be like a very productive experience as an eighth grader.
uh-huh.
I'm sure if I were to do it now, I would probably read most of Shakespeare and then just pop over to the plain English side if I was confused. But
I think that's my plan. I will still try to read like the original text and go over when I don't understand what's happening. Because I mean, it's not like I haven't read any like older kind of style English. I've read like Jane
yeah,
Austen
yeah,
before and everything, but it is different for sure. But that's why also I will flip flop with the flawless, you know, when I need something easier than the nonfiction and stuff. But I'm hoping to finish Charing Cross Road for sure because it is so short. But I will flip flop. And Maria finished Flawless last night. I know that she did like it. She did enjoy it mostly.
that's good. So maybe
So
you will
it's
like it. Maybe it'll be awesome.
I I I don't think I will love it, but I've had fun and I'm ready for the drama, really, you know, crazy things that might happen in there, which I think is a good, you know, optics to have.
Yeah, I that's like a cowboy romance,
Mm.
right? Okay, cool. I can't read too many. That's just not a genre that I like gravitate toward. Cowboy romance is not like my thing. So I I just read Lost and Lassoed, which is the third in like the Done and Dusted series. And so I feel like I need to give myself some space before I like dip back into another cowboy romance
So
situation.
I read so few contemporary romance that I didn't know cowboy romance was a thing, right? I mean, I knew just from like watching YouTube and everything that it was a thing, but I was like, I didn't realize how many of those there were, right? And I
It's not
think,
as big as like your billionaire
yeah,
romances or
no,
your
no,
workplace
no,
romances or yeah.
but it seems to be like a kind of new trend because there's been like in the last few years like some more, and I've never read any cowboy romance, so I it is my first one.
Yeah. I will say this is a great example of a trope or like a situation that like Harlequin romances. So the I forget what they're called, but the those like short little romances that like your grandma probably read a bunch of. Those have been doing cowboy romances for forever, right? Like they do all of these tropes, but then
Sure.
every once in a while, one will come up in the zeitgeist in like your more traditionally, popular romances. That yeah
Uh-huh.
are Yeah. So Maria says she really enjoyed Flawless, surprised how sweet it got. Felt like, aw, that's so sweet,
Oh
Maria. That's not what I expected from Flawless. So I'll definitely have to give it a shot. And thank
no, and starting off, it doesn't seem to be right now, but like,
you. Yeah. And Maria, so I read Done and Dusted and Swift and Saddled a while ago, and I thought they were just okay. And then I read Lost and Lassoed, and I thought that it was better, slightly better, but it still ended up being like a 3.75 for me. So
Mm.
I don't know. I think that author just isn't as um doesn't suit my taste quite as well as some others do. And hi, Linda.
Hi,
So good to
Linda.
see you. Linda, you would be so proud of me. You're knitting. I'm teaching myself how to brioche knit right now, so my tension's really bad. But I'm excited to learn a new skill, which I'll be working on again today. I'm
We
excited.
don't see the problems in the knitting. The
I
video,
well, Linda
it
might
looks
see it more than
perfect.
you and I do. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. My edges need some help. They need some work. But I'm just watching right now. So I feel like when I'm following an actual pattern that has like, instructions for the edges, I'll
Sure.
be a little bit better. But yeah.
Yeah, and I might also finish my dinosaur that I started because I
Aw.
didn't do more yesterday about it. So I have this dinosaur kit, from Woogles in crochet to finish. So, but I will see, and because I do want to pay a lot of attention for the Charing Cross Road for sure. But so I'll see if I can or not advance or not. But Linda says that's awesome. I'm assuming for a British knitting and so cute.
And so
It
cute
will
with the
look
dinosaur.
yes. I think it will look cuter because right now it's more like a a serpent kind of thing.
It's a little
But
bit like the Loch Ness monster sticking its head
a little bit.
out of the pool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
With like a really chunky neck.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, shall we start a sprint? How much do you
We
want?
shall. We certainly shall. Do we want 45 minutes? How long is
Yep.
Charing Cross Road going to be for you to listen to? Because we could split it into two
So
if
it
you'd
is
like.
2 hours, and right now I'm putting it at 1.5 speed because I do want to pay attention to it. So it should
Yeah,
take me like 2 sprints if we do 45. Uh,
perfect.
I might go up in speed, but I don't want to do it so far. But oh, thank you,
Sure,
Maria.
absolutely. Do we have any preferences for the cat color today? I want to do something
Surprise us.
different. Surprise us. Oh, so much pressure.
I know, so much
Ooh.
pressure.
Some of these color combinations are super random. I'll do this one.
Mm.
This one's nice. No, that one's worse. We'll do this one. That's cute. Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen if I can. Go. Whenever I do this, I feel like I'm back in like COVID times and I'm teaching and just like talking out loud to my all of the blank screens of my students because they all have their cameras off and being like, all right, getting our lesson, getting
Uh-huh.
started. And for real this time, 45 minutes on the clock. Happy reading, y'all. I can't find my mouse. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Happy reading. See you in 45. Hello, hello. Clementine, can you hear us? Oh no. um, Clementine must have her. Oh, hi. Can you hear us? Can you hear? Okay, because we're done. All right. Looks like Clementine's having some sound issues. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully. Clementine, you're muted right now.
I can hear you.
Okay. You can hear me. Wonderful. The cat meowed and then I was like, "Ooh, yay, we're done." And
I
then
didn't hear it because
you were
obviously I
screaming.
had a problem with the. I changed
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the output. Sorry.
Gotcha. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad that we are
I'm
all
so
figured
so sorry.
so that's like one of the first times that's happened. So I'm impressed that it
Yeah.
took us this long to have some sound problems. Um, but yeah, how is your reading, Clementine?
Good. I don't really know the point of the book so far, but it's cute.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
the point.
Sorry. I've been basically just doing some paint by number on my tablets, but while I do this, like just with.
That sounds like the perfect thing to do while reading 84 Charing Cross Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's I mean it's a just a very cute exchange, between like a bookseller and like a writer who's asking for books and stuff. So, but like yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I that
and
that is all it is. I will say that is
no,
the
no,
entirety of
I'm
what is
not
happening,
expecting more
and
than
it is
that.
wonderful in my
Uh,
opinion.
I'm 67% in, so I will definitely finish next sprint. How about
Woo.
you? Sorry I left you by yourself.
No, it's okay. It was literally only like 15 seconds between,
Good. Good.
yeah, no, it was not bad at all. I did have a little panic moment, but nothing extreme. So, I am at 66%. And here's my issue.
Uh-huh.
I have a really hard time concentrating on
Oh.
these books. And I think I love Naomi Novik,
Uh-huh.
especially her newer stuff. I think this one might be my last Temeraire book. Not in like an angry way. And
Sure.
certainly I would be open to coming back to it maybe eventually in the future. But I don't know that I'm going to make it a goal to like continue reading these. Like you know how some uh like when a court looks at like dismisses a case,
Yeah.
sometimes dismiss it with prejudice. They're like, we are dismissing this case because there is nothing here. And then
Mhm.
sometimes they dismiss it without prejudice, which is just like, we're not doing
Yeah.
this right now. I feel like
Sure.
I am DNFing this series without prejudice.
So
um yeah.
I do have a question. Is it like the writing
Yeah.
that makes you not like that is
I think
too
it's a
formal?
little bit the writing.
Yeah.
I also think it's a little bit like the pacing and the scope. Like
Mm,
everything is simultaneously so big because they're doing like these big war machinations things,
sure.
and also so small because they're only a
Uh,
piece of it. So I feel like I don't entirely, and this could
Sure.
also just be my lack of historical knowledge. I don't feel like I know a lot about the Napoleonic Wars. So like I feel like maybe if I had more context, I would um I would be more invested. But I think I was so invested in the first book because it was really about the relationship between
Yeah,
Lawrence and Temeraire, and I felt that that was
definitely.
like it's really beautiful and cute. And then the second book is about like Temeraire finding more out about himself, but also there are some of these like big political things going on. But I did find that to be engaging,
Mm-hmm.
but less so than the first one. And then this third one I find to be even less um like even less engaged. And when I'm looking at the chat, I actually Maria sounds like she did the same thing.
Yeah.
And also Linda. did the
Mhm.
same thing
Mhm.
too. So I
So
don't
I
think that this is
Yeah, I don't
like
think
I don't think it's
this
unique.
is not this is uncommon, I would say for sure. But also like one thing I want to say though is that for people who actually read the whole series, right, that I saw in terms of their review, that some of the books are definitely like down compared to others for them, and that it does dip a little bit, so maybe it did. Um, but I have to say also that for me, the other Naomi Novik that I tried, which was the Scrollaments, I did really enjoy like the world, the setting, and the magic kind of in there was interesting, but the writing was terrible for me. The characters, like the characters were okay, but like the main character that we follow, I she annoyed me a lot, and
I
like the
loved the Scholomans.
plot was so messy, like especially
Yeah,
like book 3 was such a mess. Oh my
I loved
god.
them, and I really liked book
Yeah,
3.
no.
We
But
we have differing opinions for sure.
I did see that, other people like either they're more, with the Temeraire, or they're way more with her other stuff. And like I really love Temeraire. Honestly, I really love the first book. But as you said, I really loved like the relationship and things. I do know a little bit more about the Napoleonic Wars because, I
That makes
had
sense.
to learn that at school.
Yeah,
But also I don't remember that much. But honestly, like reading that first book, it made me interested to just do and check a recap of the different like wars and different, timelines and stuff. Um, so I might not have the same opinion when I read book 2, but I will for sure read it at some point and I'll let you know. Um,
yeah.
mm, yeah, I can see that, Maria. I don't know if she will be a favorite author for me, and I don't think she will, just based on the fact that I really dislike, some of her, like another series of hers, right? Uh, but I do like this one so far, so.
I really love her stuff, and I think personally it's encouraging for me that I like her newer stuff. And I might have said this on stream before, but I find it really encouraging when I like an author's newer work more than their older work, because that means that they're likely to continue to get even better for me. Like the trend is going upward, right? Rather than if I like their older stuff way more and I'm starting to dislike some of their newer stuff, that kind of bums me out. So I actually like I find it to be encouraging if I like their
Mm.
newer stuff more. But
I would say that
that
I'm not that
lady,
bothered, especially I would say for Naomi Novik, I'm not that bothered that I don't like the Scholomans, just because I know that her writing style was much different and it was what bothered me the most. But I can see that for others for sure. I'm
ooh,
reading the Weary Dragon
dragon.
Inn series. Oh. Hmm.
Hmm, interesting. I read the Wandering Inn series on Audible. I read 2.5 books, and it's great.
Hmm.
It's a lit RPG situation, and the books are so long but so fun.
Hmm.
So Wandering Inn is definitely a recommendation from me to the world, just to
Yeah.
anybody. But I haven't heard of the Weary Dragon
No,
Inn.
I was looking it up on Goodreads, and it's the first book is called Drinks and Sinkholes, and I love this like older version. Like, I don't think it will show up that well on the camera there, but like the old style illustration with like the
Mm.
hole there and everything. It
It
sounds
looks like
like.
they have some new covers too.
Hmm.
Yeah. This looks cute though.
Yeah, it does. It really does. 310
The
pages.
expression on the guy's face is really funny.
It seems
Bev
pretty.
might not know who she was before she showed up in the quaint village of Pigsend 5 years ago, but that doesn't bother her much. She's made a tidy little life for herself as the proprietor of the Weary Dragon Inn, where the most notable event is when she makes her famous rosemary bread. But when earthquakes and sinkholes start appearing all over town, including near Bev's front door, she's got to put on her sleuthing hat and figure out what or who might be causing them before the entire town disappears.
Mhm.
That sounds cute.
That sounds cute. I did put
Sounds
it
really cute.
there on my list to try out at some point because it does. It does.
I am also adding it to my TBR.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds adorable.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like relatively, yeah, they're like relatively short in the grand scheme of things too,
Yeah.
which is cool. Oh, thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's awesome. Oh goodness. And Linda also said that I think she was trying some brioche knitting
Ooh.
during the break. So I feel I feel excited for that. Yeah, I finished my swatch, which is very like squishy and extremely stretchy, which is great. I think it'll make a good scarf for sure. I would maybe even consider going up a needle size. I checked my gauge on like what the pattern had, and it's really funny because I'm like almost making the stitch gauge, so like back and forth I'm almost there, but my row gauge up and down I'm so far off. My gauge is so much bigger. So if I were to go up a needle size, that like that wouldn't have like that would not be a good choice for my row gauge. So I'm just gonna stick with what I've got, and hopefully I end up liking it. But I started it, and brioche knitting looks awful the first few rows. You really need to establish the pattern. So right now it looks like this. This is what I've got. But soon it will look like more, which is exciting.
Linda says that it's nice. So yeah.
Exciting. Ah, alrighty.
Okay. So I think next sprint I will finish the book.
Woo.
And I think the sprint after that I'll probably make myself lunch. Because it's a little bit
Yeah,
late.
that makes sense. Yes. I didn't realize that you hadn't eaten yet. You should totally take time to take care of yourself for sure.
Yeah, but I want to finish this verse, so and I'm okay yet. I'm okay, fine. So some days, I'm more like in the Spanish kind of feel and eat my lunch at like 3 p.m. instead of noon. I started to have this habit, as like a professor, I had like so many meetings at noon during the lunchtime that I ended up sometimes having to like, like switch and eat like a little bit later. So
Yeah,
anyway.
that makes sense. Alrighty, I'm going to reset our timer.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll put the screen back on. There we go. And we'll click start. All right. See you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading/working/knitting. Hello, hello. That 45 minutes felt like it went very fast.
Welcome back. Well, for me, it felt like it was a long. It went fast, but also it was long because I finished 84 Charing Cross Road, and I
Okay.
did get back into No Never Ninth because I do have the audio. Because if you have Audible, premium, you can have the audio with it, for free.
Mhm.
Um, so I was productive, I guess, because I finished a book.
If anyone listening finished anything or made some progress, let us know. We would love to celebrate you. I'm at 78% of my book. So I think two more sprints and I'll finish Black Powder War. I
Exciting.
I am only continuing to confirm my feelings. I feel like I'm just not following any of the like battle stuff very well. Like I generally know whether they're like winning or losing, whether morale
Sure.
is high or low, but I'm having trouble like really engaging with it.
Mm-hmm. I am having trouble with No Never Ninth is like to figure out what's happening still at the point I'm in, which is like 100 pages from it.
Yeah.
Because I think the thing with this series, which was fun, the first book, the second book, it was still fine. I think this third book for me is harder to get to grasp, right? Because like the main problem, right, is that you have so many characters with all different names, and they all have, and then they change bodies and all those things. So it is really complicated, and now it's like every single book also you have a sort of fresh start, so you don't even know which character you're really joining anymore. And this one I do think I grasp a little of what's happening, but I'm also not sure for some of the parts. But I'm happy to just, flail around because I think that's the way that you do with this series, honestly. I'm still having lots of fun, and I want to know where it's going, right?
That's
um
good.
it's just something happened and I was like, "Oh, wow."
Yeah. Oh goodness. Maria read some resumes for hiring. Woo. Good job. Um, yeah. Yeah. Doesn't sound like the most engaging work ever, but very important work for sure.
Yeah, it's important.
Hopefully you'll find the right fit for your team. I feel like hiring feels really stressful. I've only really participated in the hiring process once when I was in college for like I was the manager of other college students. And I don't know. I find that whole thing to be very stressful. It feels like you're like messing with people's lives.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I've I've um I've never been part of the hiring committee kind of thing, right?
yeah,
But I have been, like privy to it, like at least in academia, because we do have, like we call it a hiring committee, so we actually get
yeah,
usually like, tenured professors to actually take part in it and stuff. So I've been both part, of the interviewee and also like, in the group where some people are, and it is a very long process, and it's just a lot of administration.
yeah.
Yeah, hiring is one of my least favorite parts of HR. So much is up to timing and who you can get rather than the best candidates. Yeah, I kind of can get that. In academia, it's a little bit different because they don't have a sort of timeline. They're very, very slow, which is really hard on the
The applicants.
employee, yeah, on the applicants, on the candidates. But on the other hand, I mean, it is better for the people, but also it still depends. I mean, you still don't always find the best candidates even if you wait like a year for something, especially some of those jobs, because like everybody wants to be a tenured professor. But if you have like other kind of jobs that are linked to it, like working for the laboratory as like, like engineers and stuff, it is harder to get those. Uh,
Mhm.
you know,
Oh,
And
Sorry, I forgot to hit pause. So
yeah,
that was
no, no,
you've
no,
talked 5 minutes. Yeah.
sure.
But
Also less ghosting in academia. You'd be surprised because I would say yeah, in the beginning of a process, sure, but I'm sure there is a lot of it just because like sometimes also like when you apply for it, then you wait a few months even to get a response sometimes. Sometimes it gets in a few weeks. It all depends on how fast they need someone, to be honest. It also depends on how many positions they need, because sometimes if in the same institution they have like two positions, they might have the same people for the hiring committee, so they will let you know, but like a month later that, oh, it's not working right now, they're not working on this thing because they need to work on the let's say the director of their institution or something first, which yay, but also it's like very slow. And so
yeah,
by the time that they really start reaching out to people, for some it's like it's been a lot of months. So they're gone. They're somewhere else. They found another position. It's yeah. So
yeah, yeah. Oh,
if even after the second stage of interviews drive me
ghosting from
yeah.
applicants
Yeah. Yeah.
instead of ghosting from the process. Yeah, that makes
No, I
sense.
think it's
I
the
also feel like the hiring process is just really hard for applicants right now. Like there are a lot of companies that I've heard, because I've had some friends going through the application process, and they've been applying a lot. And a lot of the companies will just like post a job listing online, but they're not actively hiring
mm,
for the position.
yeah.
It's just like hanging out
Yep.
online so that they have a pool of applicants to pull from later. And it's so frustrating from applicants that I think they put out so many that if they are getting responses, I understand how some of those might fall through the cracks.
Yep.
And also maybe some people are just irresponsible and rude. It's probably a little bit of both of those things.
Yeah.
Um,
I think after the second stage of interviews, it's I can understand how crazy it feels, right?
yes.
Um, I understood that Maria was talking about ghosting of applicants, and I do say that even for us, for sure, because like we do have like interviews and everything, and then we have people that ghost as applicants. Um, Sometimes also it's for our case it's not so much as ghosting, more as they apply to different positions so that they can get a leverage sometimes also. So some applicants will apply to something that they don't really feel like they would like anyway, but they do
Mhm.
it so that they can tell to the other position or even like the one that they have right now, oh, I'm leaving. Can you like give me the thing that I was looking for? Which in academia is more like it's not like, a raise or something. It's more like other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Like
but
funding or tenure. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I do want to highlight Linda. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Linda
Yes.
got up to chapter 15, thinks it's cute, and also cast on a brioche scarf, which is so exciting. I feel like I've inspired
That's
someone.
great.
I'm having a good time. I got up to here last time, and then I actually ripped it all back and did it again because I had like just something really funky happening. So it's looking better this time, but I'm actually having trouble. My yarn is just really splitty right
Mm-hmm.
now.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a couple of places where I've got like these little splitty loops that are really annoying. It's not going to show up on camera, but in person,
Mm.
it's pretty evident. So I find that to be frustrating. But I got this yarn on sale, so I'm not going to complain too much. Um, yeah.
Sure.
Uh,
And
Anytime.
anyways, for
Yeah.
letting me rent. Of course, of
Here
course.
for
I rent too about any single thing. I'm French. I like to complain, so I'm totally fine with you renting too.
absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, goodness gracious. My room is a little bit warm, so Atlas is like sleeping on his
Uh-huh.
back because he's like trying to cool off. And then
Sure.
every few minutes during the sprints, he would get up and like run around my room and try to go somewhere else and then be like, no, I want to go back up with Angela. And then he would come back to me and I would pick him back up. And then like 10 minutes would go by and he'd be like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
maybe somewhere else would be better. He doesn't wanders
Yep.
around. So, uh, Funny guy. I wish you guys could see him. He looks very silly right now. You look
Oh.
very silly, Atlas.
Um, should we go into another sprint, or did you have any other things that you wanted
I
to do?
think going directly back into another sprint is fine with
Sure.
me.
I will
Uh,
get lunch, so you know.
awesome. Sounds good. Oh, okay. No worries. She like disappeared that time. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. But all
Sorry.
right. Oh, here
That
she is.
was not on
I
purpose.
was like, wow, she really went to lunch. That was like,
No.
bam.
No, that was not also me trying to be funny or anything like that. It's just I clicked something that I didn't know on my because you know I have a Mac and I have the sort of touchpad there, and I saw this back button, but it actually went back in the you know with the browser, and it basically removed me from from the studio. So I apologize.
That's okay. I'm glad that you didn't actually abandon us. Okay, friends, we are going to start for 45 minutes. Happy crafting, reading, working, productivity. And we will see you very soon.
Yes.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. How was lunch?
Good.
Good.
Good. And I have a sparkling water, grapefruit. So.
Nice. Awesome. I got this far on my scarf, which is great. The pattern is really interesting because it's a tapered scarf. If you think about the way a scarf works, right, you don't need the width the whole way in order for it to like tie or whatever. So this is a way to save yarn. You do like a tapered version, which I'm really liking. Yeah, it's going. It's not, I'm just not super fast at brioche knitting right now, so it's not going super quickly, but I feel like I'm making progress, which is awesome.
That's great.
As far as the book goes, I am at 88%. And I had a moment listening to the book where I just thought it's such a shame because there's another dragon that hatches in this book. And you see this dragon hatch and you see a little bit of their personality and you see them start to have a relationship with the person who's going to be their captain. And I'm like, this is lovely. It's so cool. It's so good. And they're so personable. And I love it. And it's just such a shame that that's not more of the books. That so much of the book is like, Napoleon did this, and then we went here, and then we fought them, and then we went, I wish that just more of that was like that was more of the book, I guess.
Okay. Got it.
But yeah, I think it definitely confirmed to me that I need to that this is going to be the last one, just because I don't think that's the focus of the series.
Sure.
Yeah.
Linda read chapter 18. Nice. Listening at 1.2 speed, I imagine. Loving it. That's great.
Yay.
That's great.
That's awesome. And if anyone else accomplished something during our last sprint, go ahead and let us know.
Yeah.
We would love to
let us know.
Love to celebrate you. Yeah, I think I'll finish Black Powder War during the next sprint.
Well, for me, I have a few things that I could do, and I'm not too sure. Because I do think I want to at least finish a chapter because I hate to be in the middle of a chapter, and I am right now for this one. But I should start this. So, yeah, but I'm scared.
Well, you don't know until you start it. And if you start it and you're miserable, then you don't have to read the whole thing if you don't want to.
Definitely.
Yeah. Have you looked at how long the first scene is? Like how many pages? Like just
no, that's interesting. 1, 2. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. It's very quick. It's like 2 pages is the first scene, and then another 2 pages second scene. So yes. Also, I think I did choose 12th Night compared to another one because I remembered that 12th Night was actually more of a comedy.
I haven't read it. I think I've read some things based on it. So if you start talking about the story, I would probably know a little bit. But I haven't read that one.
Because I know that when I studied, like the classic plays in French, I preferred the comedies a lot more than the tragedy.
Well, I mean, they're fun, right? I read Taming of the Shrew, Midsummer Night's Dream, I think are the 2 comedies we read in high school. And I did like them. I liked Taming of the Shrew a lot. Midsummer Night's Dream, I liked less.
It's a weird one because I haven't read it, but I did. Well, no, that's not true. That's one of the ones that I actually read in French. And I also saw some adaptations. I think there were some like ballet kind of dying times and a bunch of other things, right, that were adapted from that. So I know it from that. And I did think it was fun, but also a little bit weird because there is a sort of, dream kind of thing in the fantastical kind of play. Linda was productive
Linda,
too.
this sounds so squishy and wonderful. Like just so big and squishy and warm. It sounds awesome.
But you were very productive because you read and you started dinner and you did churros in your scarf. That's awesome. I tried listening to my book, Nona, while I was cooking, but it's not one of those books that I can just listen while doing something a bit more intense. So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Oh,
at
goodness.
least
Yeah, I
not,
feel like those ones you have to pay attention to.
well, at least not at the
What was
point
that?
I'm at.
Yeah.
I
You're
think
getting close to the end, it looks like.
yeah, no, I am. I have like 100, no, more. 130 pages, 120 pages left. I would have said in the first like 200 pages, for sure, I would have been able to read it while cooking. Because it's a new kind of setup and not a whole lot happens. There are a few kind of things to pay attention to, but it's still okay. But right now the plot, like started like 50 pages in, there was like something really important, and now it's like a race
Yep.
line to the finish. Oh, thank you, Linda.
Yay. I'm
We're happy.
glad.
That's the whole
And we
point.
love having you guys here and hearing about what's
Mhm.
going on. And it helps me too, right? Like I probably wouldn't have picked up Black Powder War
Mhm.
if it wasn't for this. So
Yeah.
yeah, it certainly helps me stay on track.
And I'm really happy that you made a decision on it. To be honest, I didn't know that you didn't like the second one as much, so I put it in there saying like, oh, it's an easy read, and she probably will like it, and she could even like, even if when she picks it up, let's say at the end of a year, she has already read the third one, it could be like the fourth one or whatever, right? But hey.
Yep. No, the timing is good. And it is a quick read for sure.
Mhm.
Like it's not particularly long. So I think if it were longer, I would probably just DNF it.
Mhm.
But
Sure.
since we're so close to the end, I'm like I'm not unhappy.
Mhm.
Um so
True, true.
reading. Oh goodness gracious. Have you gotten a chance to work any more on or is your blanket done? Or are you still
No, so
pushing?
I did the second row, the total second, like the border row. I mean,
Mhm.
so now it looks like this all around, right, with this yellowish kind of thing. But I
Mhm.
do want to do some the third row because I think it will look better if it has like like scallops on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do have to figure out the stitch that I'm using for that, and I don't want to do it while listening to Nona or anything like that. And the other books I have today are physical,
Mhm.
eyeball reading at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Linda, I agree. The relationships between the captains and the dragons are so
Mhm.
wonderful and lovely.
They
I
are.
think that if this would be a completely different series. So like no shade to Naomi Novik. She wrote what she wanted to, and I think that's awesome. But I think and a series that would appeal to me more might be like a series that follows a bunch of different dragons and their captains rather than just Lawrence and Temeraire. I think
Mm.
Temeraire is really interesting, but like if we followed Lawrence and Temeraire and their relationship in the first book, and then they were like side characters in the next
Mhm.
book, and we followed like another, maybe like a really young rider and a new
Mhm.
dragon
Mhm.
that they like find accidentally or something, and then like if we had another book um with like
Yeah.
someone's captain dies and they have to be replaced, right? Like if we had a bunch of different
Mhm.
situations, kind of the way that romance novels series are often structured, where
Mhm.
each novel is about a different couple. I think that would be very appealing to me because I love all of the dragons we've met, at least the nice ones. And I love seeing how different they are and their relationships with their captains. I love so much. So,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. But it's not like that. And that's okay. It just means it's not for
True.
me. Yes. Yes, yes. Um, Yeah, we got some snow here last night,
Mhm.
so I need to take Atlas back outside here again soon. Maybe not during this sprint, maybe during the next one. But Atlas was not happy with me this morning because it became icy again.
Mhm.
So the snow wasn't as bad because it's
Yeah.
just like a thin layer of snow that we got,
Mhm.
but the ice is not pleasant for him, and the many of the sidewalks are pretty icy.
Mhm.
So that's that's been an Atlas frustration today.
Well, with MLK Day being, like a holiday for Maryland, like a lot of people are on sort of holiday today, so it's not like for sure they haven't been, especially this morning, they were probably not sweeping the stuff yet. Also, it's very cold today too. It's like past freezing temperature, so.
Yes, which is a bummer. I wish it was just a little bit warmer so some of the ice could melt. But
Oh, it's not gonna melt until, the end of the week, probably.
yeah.
Yeah, probably. Maybe a little bit Thursday or Friday because it is going to just below freezing, but it's also sunny. So maybe
Mm.
a little bit, but probably not all of it. But Saturday should pass up and be sunny. So hopefully, if it stays like that, we will at the end of the week. But
Yeah. Yeah.
we'll just
It'll
have
be fun.
to walk while like walk with our shoes like we're using skates or something. A little bit.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Um, yeah, I actually need to buy some more just like rock salt for my front walk.
Mm,
Because I like it's legitimately icy right now. It's not like snowy. Like I can't shovel
sure.
it.
Yeah.
So that needs to be on my to-do list.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. When did we stop reading? Okay, it's been a little bit more than 10 minutes.
Should we
Um, do
start?
we want to dive back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm feeling brave to try this.
Feeling brave? I
I should
believe
try
in
it
you.
now before I lose the nerve and stuff. I
Yes.
you know.
Yeah. It'll be great. And then we'll have lots to talk about when we come back because you'll have a new thing you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be done with my book. So it'll be many good things. All right, 45 minutes on the clock. Good luck all. Happy reading. Hello, hello. That's not a good face, Clementine. I don't know what that face means.
I need all my faculties to read this book, obviously. Um
Yeah.
I Shakespeare is too wordy. I'm sorry. I it
I mean, it's
because
definitely hard to read. But keep in mind, it wasn't ever meant to be read,
I
right?
know.
Like, it wasn't meant to be a book. Yeah.
I know, but I know that even as a play, because I'm trying in my head to like read it in my head, like somebody would, shout it as a play. And I think there's way too much, oh, woe is me, and all those things. And what is weird to me is because the classical plays that I've read, right, from France are more like a century later compared to Shakespeare, right? So they do take
Mhm.
this, but they have like the structure also is a little bit different. Like for example, you couldn't have death on stage. An act was a scene also is supposedly like there's nobody changing, right? There can be like maybe one servant moving in and back if he's not talking, but if it's a character that speaks and enters, the scene ends, right? And you have a new.
Oh,
So it
that's
made me,
interesting.
yeah. And like also like a new act is usually also in a different place, or like the background would be removed because it could be like a different, that's why it's a different act, because it's played in like, let's say somebody else's home or like in the street or
Sure.
something. So that part I didn't know that it was, so I was like, huh, why is the scene like, so I'm not really sure why they end the scene when they do, or the act when they do, because it's still happening in the same place. But that's okay. I mean, I understand that at that point they didn't have like as many rules as in the 17th century that was established. But that part is funny to me to see like the evolution for sure. But the part that shocks me the most is like I'm kidding a little bit as to like the monologues and everything about love and stuff like this that they're putting in there, but I do find it a little bit strange for me because it's supposed to be a kind of comedy to have this like wistful part in there. Um, which means that it's not like as slap comedy as I've read in the 17th century, because in that one, like especially like Moliere for example, he was very well known in the 17th century to make his like comedy plays, and you would have nearly like skits, right? You would have this scene for example where like you have this like great merchant, right, and he's basically bamboozled by his servant into thinking that his son was kidnapped, and he needs to get a ransom in. And so there's
Mhm.
this whole scene where he's inside a bag to be like hidden because he has to go, and the servant is making him think that there's a bunch of people who like hit him and everything, and he just
Uh-huh.
hits on the bag and stuff like this, right? So it's very much different from that. Maybe there will be a little bit more comedy, but so far there's not. It's just set up. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think how a lot of those go. Like the beginning of Taming of the Shrew, for example, has like it's like a framing device.
Uh-huh.
So that's a little bit entertaining. But then when you start reading Taming of the Shrew, it's not particularly funny. It doesn't turn funny until a little bit later, at least if you're
Okay.
like reading it. I will say, watching Shakespeare on stage, I
Yeah.
think a lot more of the humor comes out.
Sure.
And I think if I were to read a Shakespeare play now, I would probably read it and then I would watch it, right? Like I would pull up a YouTube or whatever of a local theater company doing it.
Yeah.
And like, it's kind of because I think there's a lot of context that you
Definitely. And
sometimes miss. Yeah.
I agree with the play that even in French, right? The plays I've read, they're so much better when you watch them, of course, on stage. Yeah. So
Do you
I
think you're going to keep reading it? Like, are you going to push through or is it too
Yeah,
arduous?
no, I think what I read also, because like the main problem that I have is that when they have the dialogues, right, and actually talking about things happening, it's really easy for me to read, but it's when they have this
Mhm.
like a little bit of more of a text and whatever and describing, then I'm like, huh? And I have to read back the plain English because I'm like, what the heck are they saying? Not a whole lot actually, but
Yeah.
like you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I also agree. Most of the time when they're having like short little bursts back and forth, like conversationally, it's much easier to understand the context than it is when you're like
Yeah,
looking at a monologue. Yeah. Oh, we've clicked at the same time.
yeah,
Maria agrees. Definitely, they are meant to be performed more than read. She also agreed with your wordy comment earlier, which is
yeah.
totally fair.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
if
we
you
are.
do like the humor and wit, honestly, you should try Moliere's plays to watch or something, obviously translated. Because these are like they really
I
have
think it's
like
hard to understand exactly what you're saying with your accent. Do you want to type it into
yeah.
the chat so that people know what you're talking about? Um, like I'm not even sure that I would be able to like Google that name. Apologies.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay,
Uh
yes, better.
but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're totally fine. So he is like the how to say the most well-known comedy play writer that in France of all time, I would say. He
Yeah,
was the official comedy writer for the Louis the 14th, the the Roi Soleil,
gotcha.
the Sun King.
Mhm.
So he wrote so many plays, right? Mostly comedies, although there are a couple that are more like tragedies. But compared to the tragedies, they are a little bit easier to read because they do have they do rhyme, but they're not as wordy as the tragedies would be because the tragedies were actual poems. So like you had the to rhyme but also write in what we call alexandrin in French, which means 12 syllables each rhyme.
I mean, that's
Uh
what Shakespeare. It was similar to Shakespeare. He's an
yes.
iambic pentameter, but yeah.
No. But like the Alexandra is the French equivalent of the iambic pentameter, I would say.
It would be interesting to
But
read a translated version of that.
yeah,
I feel like that would be challenging, perhaps, to translate.
it
Like
would be challenging, but I'm sure compared to the translation to French, there probably are translations that are a little bit better of
yeah.
Molière's plays in English. I would be okay to try out like a translation or something to tell you if it's worth it or not at all if you wanted to try it out for sure. But like there's one of them that's like super well known, Lava in French. In English, it's called The Miser. So it is about somebody who is really, really like he loves his money more than anything else, right? And
Gotcha.
it's like such a comedy about it. It's like it's a whole setup, and a lot of things is that Molière already all his servants are always the most intelligent in the plays. So it's not the noble people who are. It's really like just the servant who's helping each other out. And usually there's always like some like misconceptions, some like situation.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
course, like 12th Night, right, where Viola is basically she's disguising herself as a man, and so like she's working for this duke and she's in love with the duke, but of course the duke thinks she's a woman, so he's not, and he's in love with this woman, so he tries to woo her and he sends Viola as a man, and this woman falls in love with him, but of course she has a long lost twin, Viola, so I'm assuming when he comes into play the woman will actually fall in love and say like, oh, it's him because he's the twin brother, so of course he looks exactly the same, and it will end probably well because they will end up still be okay and falling in love and
Yeah. I
things.
mean, most of the comedies end up pretty happily.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But like in Moriel, the usually what happens is that they are hopelessly in love, but like they don't find a situation, and the servants are the one that actually help and push things through to in the end be resolved. Which is the funny part about it. But like yeah.
That's fun.
Anyway.
Yeah. In Angela news, I finished Black Powder War. Yay, success. Woohoo. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
That's fair.
I'm
That's fair.
I'm excited to pick up I think so. I'm either going to finish Adrift in Currents Clean and Clear, or I'm going to work on this graphic novel that I picked up from the library. It's called A Tale of Two
Ooh,
Nights. It's an Arthurian like time set. It's Lancelot and someone else. I have no idea if it's good. I just saw it on the shelf and I liked it. So yeah, I'm
good.
interested to give it a
Mhm.
try. And to celebrate some of the folks that we have in the chat. Ooh, thank you, Linda. um, to celebrate some of the folks we have in the chat. Yep, Linda got to chapter 21 for more rows. I agree. Brioche is very fun. I'm having a good time. I did in Angela knitting news, sad knitting news. I read the pattern wrong and did some bad math and then knitted too far without increasing. So I'm tinking back
Oh,
right now. I'm going to go back a few more rows
sad.
and then but you know, everything's
Uh-huh.
fixable. It's all right. I could have probably left it and it would have been fine, but it would have bothered me.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
um, Michelle. Hello, Michelle.
Well,
Welcome. Glad you're here. Read more of The Matter of Everything. This is a physics book that Michelle is working her way through.
yeah, yes.
So
Uh,
glad you're making progress.
Maria's interesting and yeah, the matchmaking servants are really fun to read. They're really
Mhm.
the fun, witty, and like they make most of the jokes too. Um,
Yeah.
Linda is
You know, Scorpio, yes,
congratulating us.
Scorpio brings up an interesting comment here. We're both planning on reading it, right?
Yes, but I'm waiting on mine, and honestly, I don't think it will come in tomorrow.
Okay. Well, what I meant was
Yeah.
maybe next week, maybe next Monday, our sprints could be Onyx Storm sprints. I don't know if that's something you would be interested in, but I'll be reading it like within the next couple of weeks, regardless.
I mean,
Um,
I will, but I will probably start it as soon as I get it because
mhm.
the main problem that I have is that there are already some people who found it. Even though there was an embargo, some Targets or some Walmarts or something started to sell it, I think a week
Sure.
ago. And so some people started to read it and obviously put things on social media, which is not fun for anybody else. So I do want
As
to.
someone who doesn't look much at social media, that's literally not a problem
Well,
for
I
me.
mean, I just look at Instagram, but it's true that I've been avoiding Instagram for the past week to avoid spoilers.
Mm,
But
gotcha.
and
Yep.
yeah, Scorpio. I'm really happy if anybody wanted to read Onyx Storm, and depending on when I get it, also if I get it more in the end of a week, I might not have finished with it, so I can finish it during those
Right.
sprints for sure. Sounds good.
Yeah.
We could do that. Sounds like a good.
Very fun. Cool.
So, do you want
Success.
to draw from the jar or next sprints? Um,
Ooh, fabulous question. I kind of feel like we've talked a lot, and
mhm.
also, I do have like two options of things I could potentially read right now. I think what I'm going to do is try to finish Adrift in Currents Clean and Clear
Okay.
this next sprint, and then maybe draw next time,
Mm-hmm.
if that's okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Awesome.
you're early anyways. It's fine.
I know. Look at me. And I think we forgot to replace the sequel to The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter in my random bag. So we'll need
That's
to
okay. That's
give
okay.
me one more at some point.
I decided to let it slide only if, but if you wanted me to replace it to have actually a 12 rating, we can. But
Okay, we'll see. Or maybe we could wait until I'm kind of flying through them. So
yeah,
maybe we wait a little bit and see if you want to add some more later.
yes, I could do a second round if
Oh,
you wanted me to. If you give me the power.
good. This is true. I think as long as it feels fun, I'll continue to have you do it. And if it's feeling less fun, then we'll pause for a little while.
Yeah.
And I've made so much progress that I'm definitely going to hit whatever goals I have. Atlas is staring at me with his big eyes. What? What? He wants me to take him outside. So probably during this next sprint, I'll take him outside and grab myself something to eat. And
Okay.
then Yeah, it'll be grand. Sweetheart. Okay. Yeah, you don't even, do you want me to put, no. Okay, cool, cool. Alrighty. 45 minutes on the clock. Good
Great.
luck, all. I wish you happy reading. Oh, you guys can't see the timer. There we go. Happy reading, 45 minutes. See you all soon. Welcome back. I just got the best phone call ever.
Ooh,
Um, I have a 2-hour delay tomorrow. Woo!
that is great. That is great.
I love 2-hour delays because we don't have to make them up. They still count as a school day. A lot of parents, um, like, not that I like our attendance being low. That's not good.
Yeah.
But we tend to have fewer kids. Oh, it's just the kids are less grumpy because we get to sleep in. I get to sleep in tomorrow. I'm so excited. Life
Uh-huh.
is so good.
I'm
My
happy
kids,
that you're happy for just the one day
I
of
think
it.
every Monday should be a 2-hour delay.
Uh-huh.
That's my official hot take. I think Mondays we should just start a little bit later. Then we can have the rest of the week like normal. But wouldn't it be nice if every Monday you just got to sleep in a little bit before you had to start your terrible Monday?
Mhm.
I think that would be nice.
Well, in France, school like up until like primary school, Wednesdays
Mm-hmm.
are either like completely off or like half days, essentially.
Mm,
And I think for kids that's great because that way that means that even if they have a 5-day week, they do have like a sort of little bit of a break in the middle, right? Um,
yeah.
so how
How's the reading going? I feel like yours is more interesting than mine might be.
I reached Act 3. I was just in Act 3 Scene 1 now. So we did have our first kind of comedy scene at the end of Act 2. um you know with some people, I won't go into like details for anyone who wanted to see the play, or but like we had our first comedy scene where some people were like hiding, and doing some like
Mm-hmm.
some like whispering while others were doing these things and making this commentary and stuff.
Sure.
um so yeah, it's a lot better than in the beginning because there's a lot less of like wordy kind of things, and it's more advancing.
Mm-hmm.
There was a very raunchy joke which I was not expecting.
Oh, that's what Shakespeare's known for, man. Raunchy jokes all over the place.
Okay, how am I supposed to know? That's the problem though, is that like the I think the way it's I saw translations were like older kind of translations also when I read that, and I
Sure.
think they might have replaced some of them or removed some of them, right? Or made it at least like a lot less raunchy or something. I don't
Right.
know. Anyway, yeah, I was not expecting. Like, I think we would get like banned if we would say this on YouTube. Like,
No, there are often very dirty jokes in Shakespeare, especially the comedies, but even the tragedies, there are lots of,
okay,
dirty
okay.
references. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely in France, like in classical times, like in tragedies especially, you would not have any raunchiness at all, right? It
Yeah.
had to be very like, clean. Um, Comedies a little bit, but it was really like more like hints than anything else, right?
Hmm.
They would even like have jokes like, "Oh, this man has Italian taste," to say that he was, he was gay or something. They would not like, so there's so much like by context, and certainly some parts are context also, and they do put some things in there, but yeah.
Yeah.
How did you manage to finish the?
Not quite. So I ran into my roommate downstairs
Mm,
and we ended up having a little conversation. So um
cool.
sorry, one of my teacher friends is texting me. So I think 11 minutes. Yep. Um
So you will finish next time for sure.
yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. And let us know in the
Um
comments how you did too this last 45 minutes.
yeah, absolutely. I do think I'm going to pick something out of the bag because if I can't get it for some reason, I would like to put myself on lists. And
Sure.
then the bag is just behind my computer. I see it.
Yes.
I'm in between desks right now. I made myself disassemble and get rid of my other desk before I got a new desk. And the new desk I'm getting, it's like it's on wheels. It shifts around. It's much better for my space. But right now, you guys are just sitting on like a 3-tier cart on top of some boxes. So we're just trying not to knock things over. Yeah. Yes. Ooh, Michelle got to chapter 7 and Linda got to chapter 24. Awesome. All right. My very aesthetic star bag. I think I'm going to pick one of the dark blue ones because I have several of them and there are more than the other ones. So
yes, let's do that.
Even it out a little bit. Swish. Alrighty, the moment of truth. Oh, this one was easy to open. Thank you, Clementine.
Sometimes, yeah, it's.
Ooh. Okay, this is great, actually. This is perfect. I got Death on the Nile by Agatha Christie.
Woo!
And that's actually a perfect pick for right now. That's awesome.
So that is one of the easy ones, definitely. As you can.
Yeah, it's definitely short. For context, everybody, I have tried to read this book twice. And I just keep getting stuck. I don't know what it is, but I think what I'll do, I made myself some noodles. So I think I'm going to finish eating them and finish listening to Adrift and Currents Clean and Clear. And then I'm going to pop downstairs and get my physical copy of the book and read along with the audiobook for at least a little while and see if that helps me.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm excited for this one. Death on the Nile. And that's perfect because out of my yearly goals, each one of them I want to do once a month. One of them is read a book from a series that I'm currently working on that was published before 2000. And the Agatha Christie books, I'm counting for that.
Sure.
So I haven't done that yet this month. It's the only goal that I haven't achieved yet this month. So this is perfect.
Cool.
I'm excited.
Do you think I should also grab one of the stars since I finished?
Oh yeah, you finished 84 Charing Cross Road. You totally can if you want to.
Yeah, because I think in my jar I have a lot more physical book than you have for sure, but also I might want to if I have one that I can get on audio or something. Or that is a little bit easier than Shakespeare because I am not having fun, but it
would be unfortunate if you picked the other one that you don't own. That would be kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
But you already found one of the Angela picks, so there's only one more in there.
So I think I'll pick one of the light blues because that one is already I can see it that it's already being removed by itself,
gotcha.
Pulling out. So that way it's easy to pull out.
Yes.
I might. Ooh! I think Maria will be happy because
I got good ooh or a bad ooh?
Empire Sand. Yep. And I definitely have it, and I definitely think this is one that I could easily get on audio probably too.
I think you could too. It's definitely a backlist title.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up. I want to pull up my spreadsheet and to see if I had that one as a hard book or an easy book, because and also I think that's the easiest of your hard books. I put it as hard because it's long, but I'm excited for you.
Yeah. And no, they do have it available for right now as an audio, so I can have the audio and read along. And
I listened to it and liked it on audio. I definitely think you would enjoy doing both of them at once because there are some unfamiliar magic words.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely also if it is also from another culture or something, the magic words, sometimes I'm how would you pronounce them? Not even if I read physically. And the names also all the fantasy names always I'm I would like to know. So I mean it's not that big. It's 432 pages.
It's not that big.
For fantasy, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not the easiest read I've
Mm.
ever read.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know that I read heavy fantasy, so I'm fine.
No, you read
I
a
will.
lot of epic fantasy. It's not even that it's like confusing, it's just heavy. It's just a really heavy book tonally. Um
God.
yeah, so that would be my caution for anyone listening would be
Uh-huh.
Empire of Sand is a great book. I really enjoyed it. I read it pretty quickly. I thought it was very good, but it is
Sure.
it's not like light, fluffy, hopeful, fun,
Okay.
you know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great.
Whew.
So I will make a little bit of a dance. Probably not now. Now I don't know. Should
I'm
I?
really excited that both of us got books that we're excited to read. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Also, I think it's a good one because it is a duology, and I actually have the book too because I thrifted both of them. So,
Mm.
and Maria loves it. So, I I'm really excited because I really think that I could love it too. So,
Oh, I think you might really like it.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yep.
Awesome. Oh, exciting stuff. Um yeah. Adrift in Currents Clean and Clear. I love these books. I
Uh-huh.
love them so much. They're a
Sure.
series of novellas, but not many of them are like happy. You don't get many happy endings, especially you. So some of the books follow kids who are like living at this school together. They've all gone through these like traumatic magical experiences. They've like gone through portals and come back. So you follow kids at the school, and then you also follow kids who are like in their worlds that are perfectly made for them, where they like
Uh-huh.
they find belonging, they find that they fit. It's really exciting. So, but all of the books that are set in those worlds, usually they end by something happening that forces the child back to the real world.
Mhm.
Um, and that's always like it usually, not always, but it usually feels like a tragedy to
Mhm.
the child when that happens because they had this place where they found perfect belonging and then it's been taken away from them. And I'm right at the part of the book where she has this thing, she has this place that it's about to be stolen from her, and
Well, to be
yeah, I'm
fair,
ready to be
also
sad.
like, because I only read the first book and I really don't think it's for me, so I'm not going to continue this series. But it did seem also that even like it's perfect for them, but some of those worlds are really terrifying.
Yes.
Too. So even if they are like in a world that's perfect for them, you might have also terrible things happening
Yes,
around, right?
sometimes that's true. This one, that's not particular. Like there are certainly some things wrong with this world. She went into this world where um there's it's like a water world. So she's like living inside of a river. And she
Okay.
can like breathe in the river. And she has like a turtle companion who's really cute. And they're like bonded together. She was born without an arm. So that was like the difference that she was seeing in the real world. And she's also an immigrant. She was like
Hmm.
adopted by an American family. She was Russian. So those are kind of the situations where she fell out of place, where she ended up like escaping to this world.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, it's lovely. And also, I am about to be sad. You guys might watch me cry in the next 10 minutes. So,
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah.
That is fair.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
that said, should we go for it?
Sure. I have to decide what I'm reading, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. Right, continue with 12th Night or
I
Empire of Sand or Nona.
Yeah, I think I do need a little bit of a break on this one for sure.
That's fair.
But like I don't know which one. I might start it for this sprint. Just to get into it. I think I would like to.
Sure.
And I will also read at some point some of Flawless when my brain starts to rot a little bit because fluffy contemporary romance sounds like a good plan for the rest of the evening after that. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I am going to share. There's the timer. I'm going to disappear for a moment while I'm eating, and then I will reappear when I am no longer eating. And yeah, happy reading, y'all. See you in 45 minutes. Hello, hello. Oh, goodness
Welcome back.
gracious. Welcome back.
Uh,
I
mhm.
am just adding Death on the Nile to my currently reading
Mm,
on Storygraph. Um,
right. I
I got, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sure. So I got to 11%. I finished Adrift in Currents Clean and Clear. And if you scroll back, I was definitely making like some gasp faces because right at the end, it was very heart wrenching. But I did not cry. Um, Death on the Nile is going pretty well. It's actually really nice that I've read the beginning before and I'm reading it again because it feels like I'm just like remembering the
Sure.
characters and things. I'm really, and it strikes me, not so much when I read the books via audio do I get struck by this. I think Agatha Christie, reading them physically or at least like immersion reading is a really good choice
Uh-huh.
because there are so many
Yeah.
characters that sometimes when you are reading on audio, it's so easy to just like mix them up or not entirely follow or just like not get the entirety of their characterization. But it's really impressive to me how quickly, like, I've read 35 pages, and in those 35 pages, we've probably met 15, 20 people, and all of them are painted so distinctly. Like they all, like they're so real. I mean, I think Agatha Christie just does that really well. She's
Yeah. And
classic
Death on
photographer.
the Nile is certainly like a very good one for I mean it's that's why it's very well known is that people really um I think like it and also like the mystery
Yep, and I'm
trope.
just continually impressed by her. This is certainly not my first of hers, but I'm
Sure.
really enjoying it. The one thing that's annoying me about this copy of this book is I have already found two formatting errors in the first chapter.
Aww.
There are two formatting errors. One where like a speech tag, so like they say two sentences and the second sentence was just like randomly in a new paragraph for no reason, so like that's obnoxious. And then another one where an extra sentence was included in an italicized portion, so there was like an
No.
italicized quote, and then like the what should have been the next sentence was just tacked on to the end of the italicized quote, which is also like it's obvious that it's an error, so like when you're
Yeah.
reading it wouldn't be confusing, but it is annoying. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's annoying.
obnoxious.
Especially in just 30 pages. Uh,
Yeah. I'm like, did we not reread? Did we just assume that we were doing Agatha Christie correctly and we just didn't check well enough? I'm actually really surprised that I'm having that problem. So,
uh-huh.
yeah. But how's Empire of Sand?
Good. I read 40 pages so far, so like 2 chapters. Well, 3, but the third one is like just not numbered, so like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um Obviously right now it's set up. I am very intrigued about the setup and the diva, which are like, linked to God still, and like it's really interesting so far. Obviously I'm very sad already about the main character's position because she's part of this tribe that is like hunted down by the emperor, right? And like her rights and all her beliefs are like, slighted, so she has to do it, in secret, right? And her stepmother is like preventing her from seeing her sister who's very young, so it's very sad about that, but like yeah. I'm excited to continue. For sure. Also, I think like the writing is very good. Is very easy to follow so far in terms of like the magic and all those things. I've been reading along with the physical book, and at the end, it was good enough that I could just listen to it and also like just continue my drawing kind of painting kind of stuff. So like yeah.
Good.
It's
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear about your progress. If anyone else is making some progress, please let us know. I don't think
we
Scorpio is here
yeah.
anymore. That was from a while ago,
Yeah.
but yay, Scorpio. And hopefully we'll see her again next week. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice progress, Linda. That's awesome. Linda, it's great to hear that you are enjoying it enough to continue reading the series. I'm really excited to give that one a try. Sounds awesome.
It is. It really is.
Yes.
My allergies have been acting up today.
Oh no.
So I apologize if I'm sniffling a little bit.
I've got a little bit of a stuffy nose too, but for me, it's not allergies. It's just that the air in my house has been really dry the last couple of days, and I forgot to put on my humidifier last night, so I'm sniffly.
No, it's definitely this morning when I woke up. I definitely like, yeah, I had a tissue or two that were like, not too bad that I needed to have like a an allergy medicine. But like still, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. I am excited for our next sprint because I'll be using the whole sprint on Death on the Nile, I think I'll really get a gauge for how many sprints it'll take me um to get through it.
Okay.
I really don't want to lose momentum on this one
Yeah.
again
No.
because I don't want to fail 3 times
No.
on this book.
I
That's
agree. I
not good.
agree.
Michelle
And
finished another chapter. Woohoo!
that is
Heavy
great.
physics writing is always challenging to get through. So good job, Michelle. We are celebrating you.
I made myself
Oh,
some tea
goodness.
because I was getting cold.
Nice.
So having something warm is nice.
Yeah, sometimes your apartment gets a little bit chilly. My room is on the top floor of my house, so I'm always very warm because I'm like all the heat ends up here. It never gets cold.
The problem with me is that my apartment is right between two people, so it is pretty warmed up for that. But the problem is the windows, like the insulation is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's just I definitely like my bedroom now. It's like winter. I forgot how cold it gets compared if I close the door, right? Which of course when I have guests, I tend to like close my bedroom door. And
Mhm.
then when I open it up again, then it's like so cold compared to the rest of a house. It is it's still like colder during the summer also, unless there's a lot of sun that comes through at one part of the day, but like it's still colder and I'm still okay for my bedroom to be a bit colder than the rest of the room, right? Of the But
Mhm.
like it was to the point that it was really really cold, so I leave it
Yeah.
open to try and just kind of
Yeah.
harmonize the whole thing. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I know you're not going to be there much longer if you were going to be there longer. At the last house I lived in, um, not the apartment I lived in, but the house I lived in with a friend before that. Um, the, my room did get pretty cold there sometimes, and I got thermal curtains to like help with the insulation a little bit, and that was really helpful. They were like blackout curtains,
well.
and I know that there were some other like window treatments and stuff that you can do that are renter friendly, but even that simple of a thing was really helpful for me.
Well, definitely my blackout curtains, they're not thermal, but my blackout curtains do help a little bit for sure
That's
to frame the stuff, but it's still not a whole lot. But yeah. And I might go back. I think I might go back at some point to this because I also don't want to lose steam. And I felt like, in two more sprints I could finish this one or even like
ooh,
less.
that
So it
would be
is,
good.
like exciting, but also I did take a little bit of a break to it, and I think I need another sprint before I go back to it to take
Yeah.
more.
I think the struggle with me for this one is that usually with sprints, I can like mix it up and do different things. Like I can do some knitting or some embroidery or play a game on my phone or like do different things if I'm listening to the audiobook. But just like wholly focusing on this sprint after sprint after sprint might be challenging for me.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean that's why I'm flip-flopping back and forth, and I'm really happy that I picked up this one up because I can definitely read with the audio, just the audio itself. so that way I can just how to say, I can rest my eyes a little
Like
bit.
multitask.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I'll definitely do this one for the next sprint just to like see how far we get.
Yeah.
And then I might choose um to like I have a nonfiction I'm listening to right now. So I might pick that one up for a sprint or two here or there.
Yeah, sounds good.
But
I am
progress. We're making
so
progress.
mad.
What was that?
I am so mad at Amazon. I was just checking because, like, I pre-ordered the Onyx Storm through Amazon, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I know with Barnes and Noble, they tend to be like a little bit later because they start shipping the book on the day of the release, right?
Sure.
And I know that usually Amazon does like they do it a little bit before, so you have it on the day or something.
Right.
But like it still says that it will be delivered tomorrow by 10 p.m., but it hasn't been shipped yet. And so right now I'm
Well,
doubting it unless they put like a lot of
maybe.
copies in a storage, like a few miles away or something, which could be it, but
I mean, there are warehouses kind of close
sure.
where we live. Atlas, if you want up, come here. Come here. This is the correct side. I can reach you over here. I can't reach you over there. Okay. You don't want up. You don't want up.
I know that we have a local warehouse, but usually, like, I'm assuming for this one, it's probably because they shipped a whole bunch of them because we live in a big town and they have a bunch of people who already ordered. And they're trying
Right.
to, because there is a big embargo to this, so they're trying to be really, like, uh, but like, yeah, I'm hopeful, but we'll see if I get it tomorrow or not. I mean, I'm not that excited to the point that I really, really want to have it tomorrow and I will go to a store because I don't get it tomorrow before, or something. I'm fine, but like, yeah. Yeah, Linda, I think it's good to switch between stuff, and I can definitely understand that I will in early morning and then switch to audiobooks. I usually don't read that much in the morning as I work, right? Obviously, I have the work day and everything, so I don't have the time to read. And usually in the
Mhm.
morning, I'm not a morning person, so I don't have the time to read before work usually. So I usually read in the evenings, and it just depends on whatever book I have. When I go to work, I do have an audiobook sometimes, while I go to work on the go. So it might be like reverse actually for me, but and I'm so happy that it has been a great reading day for you,
Woo.
for us too. I mean, we're
Yes,
productive.
you've been very productive. I've finished 2 books today, which I'm very happy with. We're making so much progress. So,
I finished one book.
yeah, but you also started several exciting books. So
Yes, yeah, and I'm always flip-flopping between too many books, so it is
yeah,
my
me too. I've uh, got like 7 going right now, which is too many.
yeah,
Uh,
it's a little bit too much. Yes,
two,
7 for me is starts to be like I think like 3,
5.
4 is perfectly fine, but like 5 starts to be like it's okay, but like 6 is like yeah, no, I should finish one, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, earlier today, I guess I had 7, but I finished 2 of them, so now I'm at 5. Um, so, or I guess I was at 6, and then I was at 4, and then I started Death on the
Mhm.
Nile, which will make 5. Which is not. It's not stellar. Like I'm not making good progress on all of those daily, right? I'm kind of
Uh-huh.
bopping around. I
So,
did just get the second Outlander book
mm,
just popped into my Libby, so eventually I'll be getting to that one. That one will be heavier. So
sure.
if we hadn't been sprinting today, my plan was to try to just binge as much of that one as I could
Mm.
today. But I think today turned out to be really nice. I've enjoyed the reading I've done today, which is good.
Mhm. And usually Linda says that she has two books going on. Well, I mean, if especially if you do eyeball reading and audiobook, sometimes also
Yep,
it's good to have those two kind of different media with different books for sure.
absolutely.
I think for me it all depends, you know, there's like I always have some books running because like some books like for Nona, for example, I was enjoying it, but like it was a little bit too much because I'd read also the other two books a month apart. And so I took a little bit of a break, an intentional break at the middle of it. And now I'm restarting and I'm rereading, and I'm expecting to finish this book in, you know, in a few days by the end of the week.
Yeah,
It's taking me a little bit longer because I do have other books that I'm actively enjoying too. So we'll see. I might just, you know, put it down a little bit because I'm reading other stuff and bring it back and, you know. But then there's these other books that I know I have to binge and I have to finish, you know, right away. So yeah. That's
yep.
probably why I have some. And then I have some DNFs for now that I have like my pile of shame up there somewhere that you can't see.
Up there somewhere.
Yes, yes, yes. But I will make some progress on it in the coming weeks for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I do this thing where I start a bunch of books, and then obviously all at different times. But then if one's just sitting on my currently reading for like forever and I haven't returned to it, I just soft DNF it, and then come back to it later. So usually my like pile of shame or my soft DNF pile are just books that like other books were more exciting. I wanted to read other books more, and I think that that's fair. So there are at least two books that I've started that are sitting on my currently reading right now that I probably won't end up finishing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but oh yeah, Atlas is being himself.
Mm.
He's almost always up here with me. He's just usually laying down
Yep.
so low that you guys can't see him. But he's being very needy right now. He's like, you must be petting me with two hands. You may not gesture to anyone, or I will try to get you to pet me again. Hi, sweetheart. So yeah, he's being his adorable self.
Shall we get to
We
reading again?
should. Yes. Oh, oh, I need the motivation.
Well, I can give you some motivation because I'm enjoying this one, so I want to go back to it.
Good. Yay.
Not to be
That's
too
good news.
social with you guys, but
Yeah. No, I mean, I think as soon as I read that one last year, I think I told you that I thought you were going to like it.
yeah,
Um, so
you did.
I'm not surprised that you're having a good time. I'm really
And
excited
also,
that I feel very honored that I got to be the one to nudge you on that one.
sure. And also, I think you haven't read the second one, cause so
I have not read the second
since
one.
I'm reading this one, we could potentially read the second one together.
We could. Yes. That one, it is going to take a little bit of a push to get me to read it
Mm,
because it is, I mean, the first one was just very heavy. So
mm.
I think I want to read the second one.
Same.
Reading the second one would fulfill one of my goals for this year, which is to like finish 12
Uh-huh.
series. So that would count as me finishing a series. So um, it would be a good thing for me to do. Yes. All right. I reset the timer. Timer is up. We got 45 minutes. We can do it.
Whew.
Woohoo!
Woo.
Productivity. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
Hello, hello, welcome back.
Welcome back. Gosh,
Gosh.
my eyes were tearing a little.
I know it's a heavy read. I did warn you.
I love it. I love this book so
It's
far.
very good, but it's
Very
yeah,
good.
a lot.
I mean, it's yeah. I knew I was not gonna be happy with the situation that she's in, right? But like, yeah. I'm really intrigued about the what's their name? The mystics, right? The mystics. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And I reached page like 82, 83, I think, roughly. It's like 19%. So
Nice.
good progress.
Yeah.
How about you?
Almost 100 pages in,
Nice.
and we do not yet have a murder.
Ooh.
But we are close to having a murder. I
Uh-huh.
actually don't remember who was murdered, so that's pretty funny. Though I think it spoils it on the back. I'm fairly certain that I know. But this time reading, I definitely have some different suspicions than I did last time. Um, I think I know what's going on, but I always think I know what's going on, and I
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
actually know what's going on.
Well,
So I am excited.
Agatha Christie is really good at that, right? At making you think you know what's going on, and there's not even like one red herring, but there's several sometimes also.
Yeah.
So like,
Yep.
I think
I yeah.
I honestly I think you could like rewrite some of her books with like different murderers, and it would still kind of make sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there are lots of possibilities. Um I am I don't know. I am feeling some momentum, but I was also like flagging a little bit on that sprint. I'm
Mm.
wondering if it would be okay with you if we did a couple of slightly shorter ones. So I
Yeah,
think,
that's okay.
yeah, around the 30-minute mark, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
like it was
No,
just
I mean,
weird for
we
me.
definitely have been running for like what, 7 hours? Yeah. So like that's fine. I commend you for going for 45-minute sprints and everything for a
Ooh.
long while. We can do 30 minutes. I think people or people online can let us know if they really want longer ones, but
Yeah,
work
if they
got
have strong
busy.
feelings.
Then she went on a walk for work for
Nice.
Miria. And yes, Empire Sand. I'm really happy to be getting to it. I was really excited.
This
So
was a random draw from the jar that I gave her.
yes,
So,
and it was a very good choice from Angela for sure.
wow, we are having high success with
Yeah,
the Angela jar. Just putting
yes,
it out
I
there.
know.
It's
Hey,
great
my
stuff.
jar is also having success in like taking things from your goals.
This is
I
true. Well, it's taking things from my goals for sure.
I'm not saying that they
Yeah.
are, great reads.
I'm not having a fabulous time with all of them. This one is probably my favorite so far from the ones that you put in the jar. So yes, I'm having a good time. Linda is making some knitting progress.
Ooh,
Ooh,
hey.
exciting. Since I've been reading physically, I have not been able to do any more knitting work.
Uh-huh.
But I'm so excited that you are making progress. That's awesome.
So, did you want to know which category this book was in? Because so as a reminder for
This one?
people who don't remember, so for Angela, she wanted me to pick 12 books,
Yes.
three from her series spreadsheet,
Yes.
ongoing series, three from her physical TBR, three from her pile of shame, and three from anything, just my pick.
Yes. And you could have picked even things that I don't own or that I don't have any connection to for those.
Yes. So
My
for
guess
yeah,
is that this was a physical TBR book, or was
pile
it
of
a
shame.
pile of shame book?
Yep.
Pile of shame book. Well, that's
So
good though.
yeah.
That's helpful.
This is already your second book in your pile of shame because you picked Daughter of Smoke and Bone first, which was from your pile of shame, so you only have one left from that.
Woo.
Um and you had the my pick for Black Powder War, so you still have quite a few from like your series spreadsheets and everything. So, yep,
Yep. That's not
yeah.
surprising. Oh,
And I did replace already like the 12th book in my mind in my book
oh,
in
you
my
did.
thing, but
Okay.
I do need to write it and to give it to you.
I just need a star.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even so, like hypothetically, when you move and you are far away from me, if you
Yeah.
need to send me more stars, you could send them not squished in like
Oh,
an
yes.
envelope, and then I can just boop, squish them.
Yep. That's a great idea, actually. And I could send you like a little kind of card and everything and stuff, and have it.
It can be as you could it can be as simple or or
Yeah.
fun as you would like. But
Yeah,
yeah.
no. I get it. I get it. So as I mentioned, I would like to get into more a little bit more read of this because I feel like I can finish it. And if I don't,
Mhm.
I very well will just put it and then, if I'm not forced to read it, I won't read it. So
I'll never return to it. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, maybe the 30 minutes will help you too, because maybe
Yeah,
that'll feel a little bit less intimidating than the
true.
45.
True.
Um,
Also, I could flip flop between the books and continue flip flopping. But yeah.
yeah. And actually, I was looking back at my like at my challenges for this year for
Uh-huh.
2025. One of my goals was to read 12 books that I own,
Cool.
and Black Powder War was already my fifth. And if I finish this one, it'll be my sixth. So I'll already be halfway done with that goal just in January, which means that I'll have to make a bigger goal to push
Mm-hmm.
myself, or maybe pick something to replace it.
Yes.
But
But also,
yeah,
wasn't one of your goals also to read books physically?
yes,
Because
I
that
have
one
read
does fit.
one, two, three, four. I've already read 6 books physically this year,
Mhm.
like with my eyeballs.
Uh-huh.
When I say physically, I mean with my eyeballs, not hold necessarily only holding it
Sure,
physically.
sure, sure.
Well, like that includes ebooks. I've read 6 ebooks so far this year. I am smashing my goals this year.
I'm
I am
not. I'm
very focused.
not. I'm not because I was supposed to read some books in French, and so far I've read zero. So
That's okay. I mean, we're only in what the first like 20 days of the year. So it is not a big
yeah,
deal. You're
yeah.
not
But
doing well.
my goal was to read 2 books in French per month. I mean, the stretch goal, at least one, but 2. So
I was really bummed the other day because one of my goals is to read debut novels, and I tried Rewitched, which is supposed to be like a cute like cozy fantasy, and it's a debut,
yeah.
and I could not bring myself to keep reading it, and I was
Was
like,
it what
dang.
was it? The writing
it
or?
was it was the main character was just
Mhm,
insufferable. She had no confidence and no ambition. She
mhm.
just like didn't want to do anything. And like I knew that it was going to be like 70% of like zero ambition, and then she was going to like find herself at the end, and I just could not torture myself by putting
Right.
myself through that
Yeah.
much of her being insufferable. If she had been just a little bit less, like if she had been like actually kind of incompetent, like making mistakes, or if she had been, I don't know. I don't know. I just could not read any more from her point of view.
Mhm. Mhm.
But that might be one of my biggest disappointments so far this year. Other than that, I felt very good about like my progress and my goals and everything. So life is good.
Good. I did reduce my physical TBR by 30 bucks so far this year, so I will say that this was my main goal, and
Yes,
for now it's good.
that's good. That's very good. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm sure preparing to move is what's taking up most of your brain space at the moment
Yeah,
rather than,
yeah.
yeah.
And I have to do a lot more like actual like real like packing up and real like organization stuff. But I'm still this coming week I will like look up into like for storage spaces and all those things. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maria.
Woo!
I mean, for context, I still have 109 books on my TBR now.
We're chipping
So
away at it. We're working on
I
it.
okay. To be fair, some are like parts of series because I have the whole series because I'm like it's a 5 book series and I'm already 2 books in. So I usually don't buy nowadays like the all the series if I've only read the first one. But if I've started to read like at least two, I feel confident enough that I will finish the series. So I do have all of them. So some series I have like 3, 4 books that are, in the series that I haven't read, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. Yay, Maria!
Woo! Good job,
49
Maria.
four, that's great.
That's exciting.
Also, I
That's
have to
awesome.
say that I did want even before moving to like narrow my TBR because I think that, like I was last year at like 170 books or something unread physically, and it was really overwhelming, but also like I was never wanting to go down to zero like some others because I do like to have a pile of possibilities and I do like reading physically. Uh, but you know, I think in the 50 or so ish physical books is a good one to go for. But obviously, I might want to go further if I'm moving and really moving, like in
Yeah.
another space. But you know,
Yeah. I don't think I don't think my goal is to be necessarily at zero, but my goal is to just buy fewer
yeah,
books because I don't read them physically very much. I do a lot of
sure,
audio listening.
makes sense.
So it doesn't super make sense. What I have been finding myself doing quite a lot is like when I've read a book and I've enjoyed it, and I've actually never read the physical copy, right? I've listened to the audiobook, but then it comes to be someone's birthday. I actually find myself shopping my shelves a little bit for like gifts and things because they're essentially brand new books, even if they're not. I think
Sure,
giving a used book is still a perfectly fine gift. And so yeah, I've actually found that to be quite enjoyable to have as an option. So like having a collection that I love that I would eventually like to essentially like pass on or give away. I'm finding a lot of joy in that.
sure. I mean, for me, definitely. Also, I do like to reread. So, um, some books also like that's why also I try to call also the books that I've read because some of them I know that I won't ever like maybe reread. So, but like when you've just read them and enjoyed them, you want to keep it on your shelf a little bit, maybe also, right? So I'm okay with like getting rid of some of them right now. Also, like but also some of them I know that I will get back to it at some point, or that like I really when I need something a little bit more,
Yeah. You also, like you mentioned earlier, you do a lot of series reading.
yes,
And I think that if you're reading further on in the series, it is really nice to have the first couple of
yeah.
books on your shelf to like go back and reference or like look at
Oh,
or
definitely. There's
whatever if you
especially
need.
like fantasy. Like there are some series like The Ruin of Kings right here that I do want to mention as like the prime example because like each of them at the end they do have like a special like uh, reference like glossary and stuff, and each of the books are
Yeah.
different glossaries. They're different information. So by the time you reach like book 4 or something, it might be good for you to have the other ones physically to refer to like the houses and the stuff because it's still relevant, but it's like extra information, right? So, and I things are also falling down, but yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And Maria says that your idea to
Oh, my
books
gifting.
is really creative. Yeah.
Thanks. I think I've bought so you read 84 Charing Cross Road today. It's a
Yes.
super short, super sweet, but I think it's like a great book for book lovers because it's so like it's bite sized. It's not a big commitment when you give it to someone, but
Sure.
it really does celebrate like the joy of books. At least I think so. So I just perpetually buy that one for myself and then give it away over and over again. I think
That's
I've
funny.
done it like maybe 4 times. So I need to do it again. I need another physical copy that I can
Mhm.
gift to somebody. But yeah.
And thank you for sharing that book with me.
Anytime.
And
I
hey,
guess we didn't really talk about it. Did you end up enjoying it in the end?
yeah, I did. I mean, it's just I think the main problem that I had is that the I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more with the conversation about books if I had any idea of those nonfiction writers, what they
Hmm.
were. But like 80% of what she was referring to, I didn't know. So I was like, okay, I did enjoy the interest of it, like, oh, these editions are so pretty and everything and stuff, because I am a bit of a book collector. I do like my pretty editions of books. I do, like, routinely sometimes, get the UK edition because I think it's better than the US one, right, or something. So
Yeah.
yeah, I did
I
get part of that.
I read her memoir too, which is called Q's Legacy. Well, one of her memoirs, and in that one, she talks a lot about like her being like a poor journalist pretty early on in her career, and like she had like two milk crates like stacked on top of each other as her bookshelf, and she would like keep all of her books there. And this was when she was conversing with the people in Britain, so she would like yeah she would very like succinctly add them to her bookshelf and all of those things and I find it to be so relatable even now. Yeah, I just really like Helene Hanff a lot. I I have another one of her memoirs downstairs that I need to eventually get to. But,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's great.
Cool. Shall we?
Yep,
Shall we
we
read?
shall.
Neato. For anyone who missed some of our conversation earlier, usually we do 45-minute sprints. This time we're going to do 30 minutes. My brain is getting a little bit tired, so that's going to help me out. And Clementine, are you going back to 12th night?
Yes, I am, because I need to make a bit more of a dance. And I think if I do at least 30 more minutes, I will make enough of a dent that I have not a lot left, and I will feel like I can read it probably. And so if we don't
Yes.
finish today, I will do it tomorrow. But yeah.
Perfect. So we're going to do a 30-minute sprint. We'll see you guys back here in half an hour. Happy reading. Good luck.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Since we've been doing 45-minute sprints before, this one felt really short.
Well, it was perfect length for me. I really enjoyed it. I got to about 132 pages
Ooh,
in.
wow.
So I'm exactly at 40%, which is pretty good. Yeah, I'm I'm having a good time. We still don't have a murder. We did have an attempted murder, so that's exciting. But we haven't had like an actual murder yet. So I'm ready. I'm ready for a death and an investigation. Let's go.
So, likely for me, there's not going to be any deaths.
Probably not.
They
How's it
basically
going?
it's funny now. It is funny. I'm basically in this moment. They convinced one man to challenge another to a duel, but of course he's challenging what he thinks is a man is actually a woman, right?
Right.
And it's so funny because they are doing this, but they also pit the two against each other, saying, "Oh, they're super good at sword fighting, and they're like a killing machine and everything." So they will avoid the fight in the end. So it's like there's not even gonna be a fight. It's like so it is funny. Um,
That's good.
it sure would be a lot better, seeing a play, the play acted for sure. But I did want to read one in English, just for trying it out. So
Yeah.
yeah, and you can let us know in the comments if you've been productive, or if you took this sprint to get some food, or if you just are, uh read out, and if you just watch some TV or anything, just anything is good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been thinking about so I the first time I tried and failed to read Death on the Nile was when the movie came out.
Uh-huh.
Um and so I my plan then was to finish the book and then watch the movie. I
Mm.
never ended up finishing the book. I never ended up watching the movie.
Mm.
Um and then I had like the same plan the second time I read it. And now this time obviously I'm going to actually push through and do it. I'm debating whether I want to.
Mm.
Um, I didn't love Murder on the Orient Express, but it won't hurt to give the movie a shot, especially if I can find it like on Amazon Prime or something. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I might put that on the docket of things to do.
True. Maria has nothing to report except very ready to be done with work. I'm hoping for you that you're close to being done with work.
You gotta be getting there. It's
Is it
gotta
5 p.m. for you,
be.
which you're in Pacific time, so it should be, because it should be 4:45 if it is. So I'm hoping for you. We are crossing fingers and
Yeah.
all our toes too. Yeah, and I feel like also like where I am right now, I can maybe. I don't think I will be able to finish, but very close to finishing in the next sprint with that. So yeah,
Mm.
so I
If
will.
we extended it to 45, do you think you would be able to finish? Like, do you want to do one long one?
No, that's okay.
Okay,
I have like I'm in the middle of both chapters after that for both of these, so I can
gotcha.
easily just
Pick up
because
one of those to
yeah,
keep.
because I hate being in the middle of a chapter, but also like I hate not reading for like 5 minutes just because I'm in the end of a chapter. So
Yeah.
Linda, chapter 33 went back to the book. Yay, that's
Woo.
great progress.
Yay. Good progress.
And
Woo.
Maria, oh no, 5:30, so 45 minutes. Shoot.
Uh,
Oh,
we believe in you, Maria. You
yeah.
can do it.
Still,
True.
in 45 minutes, it's done. Also, like 42 minutes.
Yeah, and that means that um like right after our last sprint,
Yes.
you'll be done. So even though it's 45 minutes, it's one more sprint, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
essentially one more sprint. You've got this. You can do it. It's gonna
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that I was going to want a break from this book after this sprint. I thought I was maybe going to pick up something
Sure.
else for a little while, but I think, liking it enough, and I feel like I have enough momentum that I'd like to keep reading it, which feels good. That feels great. And I think that's the good thing about sprints is like you're kind of forcing yourself to take
Yeah.
a break so that you're not burning yourself out and like kind of
Exactly.
evaluate where you are.
Yep.
Which is
Same with me. I thought I would switch already to another one, but I'm like, I'm so close. I think I can do it. Right.
we can do it. Yes.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Maria does
I'm
think that
certainly not close to finishing. I don't think I'll finish this tonight. I think I'll probably end
yeah,
up finishing it next week on
that's
sprints.
okay. One more sprint sounds nicer. Thanks.
Yes.
Of course. Of course. We're here for the motivation.
Absolutely.
I know I keep switching back and forth, but
Uh-huh.
I didn't understand the weird cover with the garter and the
I mean, I haven't read it, so I don't think I understand it either. But
it's Malvolio, I think. The weird part though is that why two people's feet though, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know yet about this
Yeah.
thing. It's a weird cover to be sure. It's not a great cover, but also it's not a very expensive book. I understand that, it's not they don't
It's
put
in
a
the
lot.
public domain.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And the cover's not what's important anyway. So
Yeah.
yeah, I am a little like bothered sometimes by the translation that they make though, because they do remove some things, but I've been less and less bothered by the original text. So
I mean, I do think it's one of those things that you kind of get used to.
yeah, no.
Like you get in the groove and it's easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like even the modern authors, right? They all read differently. So like
Yeah.
you some of them have like a very distinct prose, like some of them are very also lyrical, a lot of descriptions and stuff, and for sure it does take a little while to get, you know, to get into it for some of them. I would say modern authors, of course, there's a lot more, especially American authors. That are very concise prose, so it's just very easy to get into it. But some of them are still like, and definitely if you go into like more classics, even without going to, the 16th century, you still have like, a lot like even like Jane Austen. It does take a while to get into her writing style, right? It's not like
Yeah.
yeah. I don't. Oh no, I wanted to share something.
Uh-huh.
I have some friends on Discord, so they have some friends, at Google search and at Google. So they saying so if you type in the Google search, I'm assuming on the normal website, not on the phone app, but like I did that. So if you type Onyx Storm, you will get all the research, the normal standard results. But at the bottom of your window, you will see a dragon,
Oh,
and I will
really?
let yeah, and I will.
Interesting. Let's try it.
Do you want me to try and share?
I'm looking at it right now. Okay, you said at the very bottom you'll get a dragon?
Yeah,
Huh. I'm not personally seeing a dragon
it's a little round thing at the very bottom.
at the like if I scroll all the way down.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Oh, wait. I can't. No, that's not.
Maybe I'm just not cool enough. If this is a rumor
Uh-huh.
that people are spreading just to
No, no,
make
no.
it go up in
I
the
saw it.
search results, that would be funny.
I
Oh,
saw it.
wait, I do see it.
Yeah.
Instead of okay, so it's it's very strange because it's not where anything usually is.
Yeah,
But if
no.
you click on the dragon, then you
Yes.
don't have to scroll down to see it. It's not like
No.
you're looking at the actual page.
Exactly.
It's like above the page.
Maria,
That's interesting. The animation is kind of cute.
I do think Maria, it should be on the regular website because I don't think I can try to see on my phone since I saw it, on there, but like, but I would not assume that it's although maybe.
It's really cute. I like,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
see it. So there is this little kind of
And if you click
purple
on it,
dragon. And if you click on it, I will not show it so that you can have the surprise, but there is a little bit of an animation in there. And
yeah,
I found it really cute.
yeah.
Um,
Especially if you're using Google Chrome, it shows up.
yeah, yeah. But you have to go on the website itself, right? On the Google website. Um, that is a cute thing.
That is cute. That's a fascinating marketing decision.
It's not even a marketing decision because Google is not like part of it. It's just some people on the Google team were like, "Oh, we're gonna have fun," and like.
Well, I guarantee that they talked to the marketing department
Oh
for
no, yeah. Yeah.
Onyx Storm before they did that. Um,
Yes, no. I mean, at first, me too. When I went on the Google, during the sprints, I saw this and I went there and I was like, "Where is it?" Because like usually,
I had a really hard time seeing it.
yeah, because like how like for special days they change the Google logo or
Like
something.
I looked at that and I
Me
scrolled
too.
down and looked at the bottom, but that like it's just
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I dismissed it because I'm so used to things like popping up and being everywhere, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, no, that's not
Yeah.
part of the page. I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Like
No.
I just went right past.
I just find it
It
very.
also takes an extra second to load to be there, so
Yeah.
like
No.
you do have to be like patient for a moment. But yeah, that's really cute. Alrighty. Well, if we start now, we'll
Yes.
end right before the end of Maria's workday.
Day. Yes. We
Alrighty.
should.
Cool. So I'm setting a 30-minute timer for us. This is going to
Uh-huh.
be another slightly shorter sprint to support we're both reading classics right now. Clementine,
Yes.
look at us. Who are we?
Yeah. Who are we?
Um, to support our classics reading, we're going to do a little
Uh-huh.
bit of a shorter sprint. Atlas is being a bit of a butt right now.
Aw.
I I don't know what he wants. I'm gonna try to give him a bone and see if that helps. And if that doesn't help, then I'm gonna take him outside.
Yeah.
But alrighty, good luck, y'all. 30 minutes on the timer. Happy reading, crafting, working, etc.
Yes. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, plot twist. Clementine's having some network issues on her end. My understanding is that she's trying to log back on and she should be back with us soonish, but that's why I'm here by myself for the moment. Let us know what progress you made, how you're doing, so that we can, of course, celebrate you. You can see Atlas's little face over here as he's lounging beside me. I gave him a bone and he's doing his thing now. He's perfectly calm as normal. Hi, Linda. So glad you're still here with us. And Maria says, almost free. Yes, Maria. 2 minutes left. Maria's workday is almost over. So excited for you. And thanks, Maria. Right now, I feel like he's just giving us kind of side eye, but he is pretty cute, if I do say so myself. Let us know if you made any progress in whatever you're working on. I got to page 172 in Death on the Nile, which I'm pretty excited about. And finally, someone's died. We have we have officially had our murder, which is great. Again, I've got my suspicions. Clementine's trying to text me. I'm just letting her know. We're done. Actually, we are talking now. Smiley face. Cool. So, Linda got to chapter 36. Exciting. Congratulations. Yay. We love the progress. That's awesome. I usually, when I read a puzzle mystery or just like a classic mystery like Death of the Nile, usually I take notes and like try to keep everything straight. And this time I'm not taking notes, but I am just like listening to it the whole way through and doing the audiobook and the physical copy. And I'm finding this to be pretty effective. Like I'm following everything. I feel like I'm understanding everything that's going on, which is really great. Yeah, I'm just like generally enjoying myself. I will say the racism in here is less exciting to me. And oh, look at who's back. You made it.
I really don't know. I think my internet dropped for a little bit, and then
Mhm.
my computer was saying that it was back on, the Wi-Fi, but it wasn't. So I
Yeah.
had to restart my computer, and then it worked. So like, I'm so sorry, guys.
That's okay. Did you make any progress in your book, even though you were interrupted by a crashing computer?
I did, and the hard
Yay.
part is with what I have left, I probably would have finished the big book, but I was stuck for 5 minutes with this problem.
Ah, such a bummer. Good progress, though. Yay. Go you. And you'll definitely finish during the next sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
How
exciting.
about you?
Yeah, I was just telling everyone that I'm making progress and having a fabulous time. I'm at 52%, so I'm officially more than halfway through. We have had our murder, finally. So good stuff. And then I was just about to mention the racism in this book, which I knew was going to be a thing. I don't think I knew just how often it would come up, and I think it's even more apparent because the audiobook has not, it seemed, been edited for sensitivity towards those things, whereas the physical copy that I have has switched some words to make it a little bit more palatable. I don't really have too much of an opinion with something like this where it's the story is not about the racism, right? Like that's not the point of the story. So I'm kind of okay with them switching out some of those words to increase sensitivity and also just increase like the people who might feel comfortable reading it. Um,
Yeah.
that yeah, yeah.
I do have to say, I understand, like wanting to remove the words because they are not okay, right? Um, and like, but also removing all of them makes it like so that would make it that some people would never see those words anymore and would not know how bad it used to be also. So I think especially with works like you said that are about racism, I think it's important that the new editions do you know, make like comments and like highlight or like, you know, put footnotes on those, but also keep this so that we can show exactly how it was, right? And
Yeah.
we never do this again. But
I think what I would prefer is for there to be like there's an author's note at the beginning of this. I wish that there was just an additional publisher's note saying that some things had been adjusted and like
yeah,
this is the reasoning. But I think that like when you do something like if you just change it quietly and no one knows you're doing it, there's not going to be a lot of backlash. But if you say something, then you have to like stand behind the
yeah,
choices you're making. And there have also been some moments where like there are some places where they've changed words in some areas but not changed them in others. So it's certainly there are a lot of judgment calls. And
and I
yeah,
think that's the main problem also in like editing someone else's work like this is that it is a judgment call in a lot of ways for sure. And I kind of understand wanting to, you know, make it more palatable, but I would honestly as an editor, I would feel better in like putting a stance in like probably leaving those, but like putting a lot of comments and context and showing all the, you know, like or like even if you want to change those words, you can like highlight them, I don't know, with a star or something to like show these are kind of a changes that we made or something. So it's not like too distracting, but also like um they change stuff. But um
yeah. Oh, the when there are slight changes. Yeah, it is kind of strange when there's a little bit of a change between the audiobook and the physical. I generally I don't know, it does feel a little bit like an Easter egg sometimes when I find them. I'm
I
like, oh, I noticed there's a
I
change, there's a change.
recently with the City of Stairs, the audiobook was yeah, there were like some paragraphs that were completely different. And I think it's because this one was is the UK edition that I got, right?
Mhm.
And the audio that I got was like the US edition. And it's really strange because they changed like passages and some of them were like uh changing and it's like racial like descriptions and stuff. So there is a reason behind them changing, but then I don't know, is it because it doesn't seem to be like the older edition versus new edition, but more like the US versus UK? And I'm like a little bit weirded out for this. Um,
Yeah, one that I was a pretty big difference was Elantris when I listened to it on audio because I had the 10th anniversary Elantris edition, I think the same one that you have, but the audiobook was the original audiobook. So I did find quite a few changes. Not like I would say nothing like humongous, but there were more changes than I usually see
sure.
when I'm
The,
immersion reading.
the main problem that I have for audiobooks and like the changes is that when there's like really small changes and sometimes you feel like it's actually just the narrator that is not paying enough attention, or like just the narrator is doing its thing and making mistakes in reading and then not, you know, like there's not enough editing for that.
I think often, and I could be wrong on this, but I think sometimes as the narrator is reading, at least this happens a lot in independently published books, they'll come up to something that they think might be a mistake and then consult the author about it and be like, "Hey, what should this actually be?" Um, I think I mean, it's entirely possible that there are some narrators who just like are not super good at their job and are like making a lot of mistakes, but I don't think that's super common because I I just I don't know. It feels like most people would have a little bit more professionalism than that. And I also think that most of it would be maybe not all of it would be caught, but I don't know. You would think that that would come up. Um, and anything that's professional, anything that's done in like a professional studio with a producer. I know lots of people record their audiobooks like at home in home studios, but anyone who's a professional doing it in a studio has someone there with them.
Sure.
making
But
these
like
decisions and like catching mistakes.
problem is
So,
that it feels like, maybe it's someone not reading well. And it's probably is the fact that, it's maybe it's an older book and they did the audiobook before with this first edition. And then they revised the edition with just a few kind of very small differences,
which is common.
which is
That
common. But
happens. Yeah.
I think that makes me it's harder for me to do the immersion reading with just those smaller changes than just, if there's really something that's different, then I'm like, oh, there was a big change, and I'm like, okay, so I pause it and I read, the physical edition that is the newer one, right? And I'm okay with it. But like when there's like literally just the or like just a little bit of rearranging in there, it just essentially just stops the rhythm of me reading, at the pace. So it just gets me out of the
Sure.
story, right? Um and what I meant is that obviously I'm not saying that the narrators are doing a bad job or anything, but it feels like, it's just that they're reading badly and just making those like small mistakes when it's probably most of them are just,
Yeah, the edits. Yeah, and I don't think that's any like, I don't know. You can't just fix something for a future edition in an
no.
like an audio format the way that you can in a physical format. It is entirely possible. I obviously don't want AI involved in a lot of audiobook stuff, as far as producing audiobooks goes, but I do imagine that we're getting to the point where if there's a typo that you're fixing in the physical copy, I imagine we're getting there soon to where that could be a fix that is made in the digital version of the audiobook so that people would have the potentially the correct
Yeah.
uh
Well, I mean,
addition, which like kind of makes sense to me. That actually feels like one of the only valid uses of AI that I've you know thought of
well,
in the audiobook realm.
I guess especially if it's just a bunch of buzz and a bunch of like I don't know, adjectives or something that is like changed a little bit. It feels like really just hard for an actual narrator to just redo those sentences just for that. Uh,
Well, I think it would be more
yeah,
distracting, and it would be more distracting for the majority of readers who are just listening to the audiobook
yeah, yeah.
rather than the very few readers who are doing both the audio and physical at the same time.
But the
um,
problem it poses is that when you do that, then the to be able to do that, the AI would essentially just record and have like the voice. Um,
it would basically be just like single word replacement most of
yeah,
the
I
time,
know.
which I think would be
The
fine.
problem is then the AI would then be trained to talk in this, and they would be if you had no control over it, they would be able to just have the AI redo in the same voice as the other narrator.
I understand what you're saying. I think if the contracts are written
Yeah,
such that
yeah,
the AI is only trained on what was
exactly.
also recorded for that book and it is only used to edit what is in that book, right? Like if those are the parameters, and it's not being
Yeah,
like trained on anything
I know,
else,
but
I think that
thing
that would be acceptable.
that it might make it so that at least in the beginning, some narrators might be very hesitant to sign those kind of contracts and say like, no, I don't want my voice to be used at all or anything like that. Because I know some actors have already been saying that.
Sure. Yeah, I will say I think that there's um a slight difference between like usually you don't have like a screen actor being brought back in to like edit a movie 20 years later, right? Like there's not super a need for that, I don't think. Whereas if you're making a new edition of a book 20 years later, there might be a need for that adjustment. I think that AI is one of those things that is here to stay. And if we can figure out ways to use it that are acceptable and are productive, that will help us to recognize when things are not acceptable and are kind of outside of the limits of what we think is okay. And personally, I don't want to just like, and I know everyone's going to have a different opinion on this. So I'm not trying to stir up lots of controversy. But personally, I don't think slapping just a like AI is bad for everything
Yeah,
label on it is super helpful because people are going to use it, right? We've got our hands on it, we're going to use it. And it's just a matter of like how can we do this responsibly? But yeah, anyway, it's not even relevant really because it's not a problem that we're currently seeing. Like this isn't being done with audiobooks so far as we know. Also, it looks like Linda is leaving us for the night. Goodbye, Linda. Have a wonderful evening. So glad that you got to join us today. But what were you about to say, Clementine? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just finishing with this discussion, just saying that I think the main first part that you would want with this is, of course, AI is not bad, and there are cases where it's fine, but I think it would be a good step to have, whenever you're online searching for images or doing any kind of thing, that you would have something that would let you know this is AI generator or this is AI, kind of something. Because I think the main problem right now for probably it is probably for paintings, drawings, that are AI kind of generated online digitally, and that some people don't really know that it is, right.
Yeah, it's the lack of transparency, I
Yeah.
think, is the biggest problem, right? And I think that, to my point earlier, if we set that as a value, right, that like transparency when it comes to AI is a value for us, where like in the text of the audiobook description, maybe the last line is like minor edits for this edition have been made using AI. Like those sorts of things I think are good things to encourage.
Sure.
Yeah, right now we don't have an agreed upon like ability to track those things. I find this to be a really big problem when I'm looking to buy embroidery patterns online. There's so many AI embroidery patterns that, and I mean, I'm pretty good at spotting them and avoiding them. Like I haven't accidentally bought any, but it is really disturbing and like time consuming to like have to look through all of the bad ones to get to the good ones. And that is frustrating. And I'm sure it's also frustrating for the people who are, trying to sell products that they've genuinely made. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, what a cheery topic to chat about on this fine Monday evening where we're reading fun books.
Should we do another sprint?
We should certainly do another sprint. It's been about 15 minutes since we stopped. Are you okay with another 30-minute one, or do you want us to go back to 45?
No, I'm fine with 30 minutes. That's okay.
Okay, awesome. The 30 minutes have been working great for me, especially since I've hit my like feeling a little bit tired phase. So this is really good. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Goodbye, Maria. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks for sticking with us so long through your work day.
Yeah.
Enjoy your evening.
Yes. Have a good evening.
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and hit start. See you guys in 30 minutes. Happy reading. Did it scare you that time, Clementine?
No, it didn't. It's the book. It's the ending. I finished my chapter of Gideon, the night of night and no nap night that I was in, and there was
Okay.
one thing at the end. I was like, ah!
Gotcha. So you finished 12th night
I did.
too,
I
that
did.
means.
I did. It's
What's the consensus? Enjoyable experience?
enjoyable, but I think even watching the play, I would think that it ends way too quickly. Like the resolution is like in this final scene, and it's like, yeah, we figured out this woman was, it's like she's living as a man, and like it's just in the last scene that's her master of the duke realizes it, and he's like, as soon as he does, she's like, yeah, we shall marry each other and be together then. I'm like, huh?
But it's fun.
Yeah,
Woo.
yeah, it is. Although
My
I
book is going pretty. Oh, go ahead.
no, I just have to say that Antonio was done dirty in this book. But yeah. But he's also the guy hopelessly in love with the man that he knows is a man. So with the 16th century, thing, I would not expect him to, you know.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry. How about you?
that's okay. I am this far through, so more than halfway.
Nice.
I just hit page 214, which is 64%. So I'm officially further than I have been before. I think I stopped around page 170 the last time I read the book. So I'm officially further. And because they're investigating, it's going at a pretty quick pace now.
Yeah.
I it's getting kind of late, so I think this next sprint will probably be our last. But like if we had more time, I think I would probably finish it tonight. Um, it's yeah, it's going very quickly. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. I'm feeling very productive and awesome, which is great. I love that. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. And there are definitely lots of like threads and red herrings and like interesting things to think about.
That's great.
So yeah, I'm having a really good time.
That's great. I was gonna get back to this one to also finish my chapter in this one and everything, but now I just want to continue in this one.
Do what makes you happy, my friend. Do what makes you happy.
To be fair, I mean the other chapters, I think I was not there were not a lot until I finished. So if I
Sure.
can, I could just after sprints just read the 5 minutes I have needed for that. So
Yeah.
I'll probably
Do we want to, and if anyone who's listening wants us to celebrate your accomplishments over the last sprint,
let us
go
know.
ahead and let us know in the chat what you were working on. Clementine, how do you feel about doing a 45-minute sprint to close us out? Because I would like to
Do
kind of get into the end
yeah,
game here. I have a feeling as soon as we get off sprints, I'm just going to finish this anyway.
yeah,
Um,
and make a good dance because like I do want to finish it for sure, especially with the action and the reveals that we have right now. So yes, I am also looking forward.
awesome. Yeah. I feel like at the end of the night, we're just like trying to get as much reading in as possible. So our talking gets a little bit a little bit less. But yeah, I put 45 minutes on our timer. Do we want to start right away, or is there something else you want to chat about before we dive back in?
No, I don't. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, to be fair, we've been on for 9 hours, so we did talk about a lot of subjects. So us talking less makes sense.
I think we've kind of talked ourselves out. We have heard enough of our own voices tonight. Alrighty, we're gonna put 45 minutes on the timer. We'll see you guys at the end.
Angela, you forgot to put the timer on. You really wanted more time to read, didn't you?
Welcome back. So how's Nona going, Clementine?
Good. I read, I think 35 pages, for 30 pages nearly. Yeah, yep. So, pretty good.
Good.
There's a lot happening, of course. Um, it's especially there was this POV of somebody just explaining a time that was way past, right? And we're finally getting to the interesting point of that story for that too. So and I'm sure there is a link with the actual present of like this thing, but yeah.
Atlas became unsettled and needed to go outside. So I had to pause listening for a couple of minutes to make that happen. I'm ending on page 258, which is pretty good. Right now, the audiobook is at 76%. So I'm three-quarters of the way through, which is pretty great. And if I were to keep listening, it would take me about an hour to finish. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to push through tonight or if I'll leave it for tomorrow. But yeah, a very productive day for sure. I feel very happy about how today has
Both
gone.
the two books, and we're near to finishing our a third because I also have like an hour and 30 minutes left on this one. So with my listening speed, I also
Yeah.
don't know if I will finish the whole thing tonight. I don't think so, but definitely tomorrow. So
Yeah. Since I've already taken Atlas out for the night, like I can kind of just go to bed whenever. So I might just kind of sit here and listen some more. And yeah, figure if I'm kind of falling asleep and not following,
mm-hmm.
then I'll go to bed.
That's great.
Yeah. Everyone else, thank you so much for spending your evening reading with us.
Thank you.
And yeah, we plan to do this again next Monday. We'll be using a different platform. Today we're using StreamYard, so we'll be trying something else. So there might be some tech issues next week, so fair warning, but should be fun nonetheless.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everybody.